Howdy. Sup, nerds? How is everybody? Ugh. Right. I don't 100% remember exactly where I left off on this. But I know I named everything. I remember that was one of the latest things that I did to it. Turn the music down just a smidge. That should be okay right there. Got a little loud in my ears, but I'm also a lot higher on volume than I used to be. One of the first thoughts that I had for today was, you know, I'm working in the wrong version of Unity for this year, so I thought I might try to upgrade it. It's probably a good idea, but I don't exactly know what I would gain from upgrading it. I guess the controller system is currently what I'm thinking about. Because the player input system, I think, gets an upgrade if I upgrade Unity as a whole. So maybe I'll still do that today. Alternatively, I know the player can currently pick up an object, carry it around, and then drop it into a machine, or they can just drop it on the ground if they really want to. I know these also aren't the final objects, so they're not going to have too much of a say in how the player behaves against them, but I also kind of want the player to like trip over them. And I was thinking about adding a queue so the player can hold multiple things. They can stack objects on top of each other. But they have to, sorry, a stack is what it would be. They have to take objects off from the top in order to put them down. And if I can do that, if I can get them to actually like stack on top of each other, I have an idea for a system where if you have like a tower of things that it'll have physics to it, it'll sway around as you move. And if it has too much give to one side, it can topple over. I think it's going to be hard to implement, especially with my skill level, but I think it would be really fun to have in a game like this. So let me, first things first. I actually don't remember what my Git repo looks like even. That's a lot of changes. Okay. We'll handle that in a second. That sounds like a task for future Josh. Buttons constraining me. I wish this button was just a little bit lower. I'd be okay with it, but it's not. Where's my task list? You can't see my task list. Hang on. There it is. It's empty. Not that. Fix errors that arise with that. Maybe that's one task. Upgrade Unity / fix errors that arise. Implement holding multiple objects. I think I also need to double check the state of consumer. And I also need to get his stream idle working. Because currently the consumer does not consume another thing I need to do. Converter. That's a lot of tasks. I don't think I'm going to finish all of them today, especially with how late I'm starting today. But I can at least have them there as a frame of reference. I am basically allowing this to scope creep on purpose. Because I don't know exactly what I'm going for, but if something seems fun, I will do my best to try it out. The converter's not what I was looking for. I need the producer converter. So for the producer converter, it currently spits out donuts. Okay. I don't think that one actually works, though. Okay. Oh, whoops, I forgot to turn off the idles. Oh, I turned it onto a converter, not a producer. No wonder it wasn't doing anything. I flicked it on last second and was really confused. Consumer doesn't do anything at the moment. The player spins, but I need to stop that. I also, you know what? I should once and for all just turn those off. Where's my stream idle function? Let's do the funky spin. Where's do the funky spin? What? Oh, it's on the movement script. That would explain things. I don't have the movement script open, so let's open it. Boom, 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 boom. Play Rigid Body Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls? No. You know what? YouTube is actually broken right now. I always forget every single time that I open the YouTube playlist and put it to shuffle. The first time that it passes shuffle, it undoes the shuffle, and I don't know why it does that. It's a really dumb bug feature. One of those. Freeze. That's a Boolean? Hold on. Freeze rotation is 3 Booleans, though. Why is it behaving as though this is only one? I can't view that source, can I? The fuck? How did I do that? Ah. Body. This is just a rigid body. It's not like a rigid body 3D or something, right? No. Bum, 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 bum. F. Freeze rotation. I just set it to true. Does it change all of them to true? Maybe it actually says. It's useful for creating first-person shooters because this player needs full control of the rotation using the mouse. Yeah, okay. I can see that. But if I... Unity. Freeze rotation. Just X. I'll just click it inside the inspector, man. Angular velocity. Rigid body dot constraints. Oh. Okay, 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 okay. Wait, where's freeze rotation X? Freeze rotation. Okay, it just didn't bring that one up for some reason. Now, y equals. Is this to be a separated list? Is this to be... What the heck is this? Oh, that's like probably poor copying. How to freeze rotation? Ah, multiple. There we go. That's flashbang. That's exactly what I wanted though. You can see the white light on my face now. Constraints. Separated by a pipe. Okay. That's what I needed to know. Rigid bitty. Constraints. Free. Wait, it's currently frozen. Hold on. I'm trying to do the opposite. Oh, wait. No, I just set it to none, don't I? Fine, I'll do it myself. Okay. Where's Do the Funky Spin? Do the Funky Spin is checked as it should be. Spin. Hey, nice. Look at him spin. He spins so slow because it was originally lo-fi. Maybe I'll increase the forces. Since we've got some more funky music playing. All right. Next thing is next. I'm very shiny today. I feel like the consumer stream idle might be an easy thing to do. What's the code for that currently like? Here, where are we? Stop. I just now had a thought that my streamer bot is on a drive that is a hard disk drive. Maybe that's why it takes so long to respond to things sometimes. If it has to compile the code for the first time, it's probably taking longer to compile the code than it would have if it was on a solid state. Oh, this is the editor. I don't want the editor. I want the normal one. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. This will also allow me to double check the state of the consumer script. I think currently it does what it's supposed to do. It takes anything that you put into it and gets rid of it. Away. I did have an idea for a storage style script too. A storage style station. Some alliteration there. An amazing alliteration. Awesome. Always. Methinks my tea might still be a little hot. We won't drink that just yet. I'll drink it for channel points, obviously, still, but I know how to do the sipping technique now. Just try to store. Everything looks to be in order. Pretty simple script. Ow. Oh, that's really hot. Like this is gonna help clear it down here. It's not. Ow, that's alright. It's really hot. This is like near boiling still. You know, I thought my water wasn't going to be warm enough because I heated it up, left to go finish some things, and then came back and was going to pour it. I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe I need to heat it up again. It's probably cooled down. Maybe it had. But, you know what? Probably would have been better than this. Stores it in a queue. Try to store. It doesn't actually ever store it, though. The consumer station doesn't have storing. stored it in there as a queue. Maybe I should store it in there as a stack instead. One player interaction. If use queue. Otherwise destroy it. Okay, so it's destroying it right now. Did I have a reason that I didn't think it should store the object? I feel like I remember distinctly saying that I should try to separate those out. Why, though? Why did I say that? I don't remember a reason that they needed to be, other than I couldn't figure out how to implement them both at the same time. Is it, like, situation? Key press? I could if object null, and then if here if object is null, then it tries to withdraw something out of the station instead of storing it. Actually, you know, I guess I don't know if there's brackets necessary there. To consume. The withdraw object is what it should be. Oh, wait, use stored item. I think that doesn't do what I think it's gonna do. So we'll... Maybe the consumer name didn't fit what I was going for exactly. Because I guess it's not exactly a consumer at that point. It is just taking something, but it does give something back. It's more like a... I guess that storage is what I originally came up with. Naming conventions. Whee! Who organizes things? Me? No. Couldn't be. Couldn't be me. Organizer? Never met her. On consumption. It's an action that I have here. I was trying to get it to work kind of like I had thought of for the oven, or the furnace that I had called it, because I was thinking, oh, furnace uses coal. That's one thing that you could put something in it and then the station could potentially hook in to an action that was held on the functionality side of things and say, hey, I want to use the things that I store, at least some of them. I want to use the things that I store, so when I use the things that I store, here's what I want to do with them. And the functionality side of things would say, okay, well, we're gonna do a thing now, so do your usage thing. I'd need something to represent coal, I guess. And if I were to withdraw an item, how exactly would I give it to the player? Obviously, I would DQ. Well, if Q item Q dot count equals 0, it would obviously just return saying, hey, nothing's happening. I put a boolean on it so that I can say whether it succeeded in withdrawing something or not. I think I'll know if it succeeds in withdrawing something though, so maybe this is void. Pretty obvious. I'm going to have it have a physical response. Give me 1 second. If I know that the count is 0, I think I'm just going to DQ. Oh, wait, no, I do need that. Why did I call it type? I am just storing the type. if I'm going to withdraw something, I'm going to take something out of the queue. I'm going to DQ it. I will need to know what object that is. I know I have the type, which is an enum, but that doesn't directly link me to the class. I need the class of object that it is. I stored the type because it was cheaper. It would take up less space to do so. I don't have to remember everything about an object. I can just say, okay, you stored a thing in here. That thing is now coming up. However, I guess I should maybe store the object, because if I happen to give the results of things certain properties in the future, then I'll need to store those. I'll need to make sure that I have those. I'll have the system remember what those are. Alternatively, I guess I could export them into a scriptable object, and I could make them scriptable objects, and then I can store them wherever. I can just delete them from the scene, and they'll still be stored. Their information will still be known. I might need to rework the task object system if I'm going to do something like that, though. This game definitely needs me to run some design analysis on it. I've got all these ideas, but I never really stored a scope for it. I'm still kind of prototyping things, I guess, but it would be nice to know where I stop. I'd rather come up with all of the ideas at once and then move forward with the project. If it's going to take a really long time, I've got to make sure that I've got funding for it, which means I probably need to go get a job. Now, it's possible that I could just change projects too. Because I know that game jam that I did last week isn't going to be the last game jam that I do. I want to do more of those. I want to make things faster. I don't want to take up my entire time, of course, because I still have games that I want to play. I got Metroid Prime in the queue, and I really want to finish Metroid Prime 3 before 4 comes out. But I also really need to focus on development if I'm going to get better. If I'm going to build a portfolio / just start trying to freelance make a game. Is the... Oh, hold on, I'm getting a call. I'll be right back. I've returned. Sorry about that. If you saw, I was doing work in the background. It was a long conversation. 20 minutes. My family likes to talk. They're chatterboxes. And I'm the one that kissed the Blarney Stone. So what I have been doing is just kind of... I've first of all, I changed my queue to just hold straight up task objects. I don't think I need to worry too much about... Now, I don't think this is going to store... if I were to store something with this task object queue that I have going on here, it won't store the information about that task object, or about the task object. I probably will need to make these scriptable objects if I want that to happen. So, yeah. And I think they currently inherit from monobehavior. Yeah. But I think scriptable object also inherits from monobehavior. Boom, 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 boom. Just like model behavior, scriptable objects derive from base Unity objects, but unlike them, you cannot attach scriptable object to a game object. Never mind. Because they get saved as assets. Have task. I could still have task object inherit from scriptable object. If I were to make let me at least change the task up. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Welcome back from ads. Hello. Consumers to store. Return. There we go. It's a little bit more of a concrete definition. I used task objects, sorry, I used scriptable objects briefly at one point. Can I store those as interactive? Probably so. I'm pretty sure that's separate from... This reminds me of a Hi-Fi Rush song just a little bit. Oh, it didn't. There we go. Doesn't like that. What do you mean, Dana? Oh. First of all, that. Second of all. Order. Still doesn't like it. You have one right here that tells me that you do. Wait, that's create asset menu attribute. Why does it think that's that? What happened? Oh, I guess I have to. I don't remember this ever being set up like this exactly. I feel like a lot's gonna change as soon as I do this because... Oh no! I can't have those objects in the scene if this inherits from that though. I'd have to... I'd have to like store them temporarily as scriptable objects and then bring them back maybe? Oh, fancy. So here's what I'm currently looking at, by the way. It's just the documentation page for scriptable objects. Saving and storing assets during it. In sessions, saving an asset your project user runtime. Do they instantiate something from a scriptable object? Looks like they do. Entity to spawn points. Yeah, okay, I guess so. The name of the instantiated entity to be the string defined in the scriptable object and then appends it with a unique number. What's the name of the scriptable object actually? Spawn manager scriptable object. Okay, so spawn manager values is their scriptable object in here. This is pre-saved that information about the item. I'll probably need to look up a video on scriptable objects again. I've used them before. I've used them several times actually, but it's also been like 5 months. I know that they're used to save out information outside of runtime. This saves it as an asset, but it's basically an object. Which I think would be handy, but I'm not at that point yet. I'm trying to like future-proof things without having the proof that I need to. That was weird. I must have had a hiccup in my internet. I had a Discord message that just didn't send. Just turned red. I need to probably make a Trello board for this. That would help me task things out so I can see them as separate items.
Often when making a game, you need a good way of storing data. Say if you're making an RPG, you need to make a whole bunch of items, each with their own stats and properties. Of course, you could create an item prefab and then make copies of it with different values, but this is both prone to error and very inconvenient. So instead, we use scriptable objects. Scriptable objects are basically just data containers. First, you create a template that defines what information each object should hold, and then you create objects from that template. So in this video, we'll learn how to use scriptable objects by looking at an example, creating cards for Hearthstone. Alright, let's go. So here's a simple scene with an empty card. If we have a look at it in the hierarchy, we can see that I have all of these different UI elements. I have a text object for the name, description, mana, attack and health, as well as an image for the artwork. And I've made sure to mask it out so it fits the card. So let's now create a scriptable object that contains all of this information. To do that, we go to the project, right click, go create, C# script, and let's call it card. And let's double click to open it. Now we want to delete both our methods, and this time we don't want to derive from mono behavior, because this script is not going to be sitting on another object. It's more going to act as a template for all of the data that we want to store. To do that, we want to derive from scriptable objects. And now we are ready to define what values we want these objects to store. And these are pretty simple. We want a string with the name of our card, so we'll call this name. We also want a string with the description of our card, we'll call that description. Then we also want to be able to define the artwork of our card. So this is going to be some kind of image. So we'll create a public sprite and we'll call it artwork. And then finally we need the gameplay stuff. So we need a public int with the mana cost, a public int information. Rename this to say card name, or we could just tell the object to use this definition of name from here on out. To do that, we'll write public new string. And now every time we write card.name,
Oh, hold on.
default, any object already has a variable called name. So we could either rename this to say card name, or we could just tell the object to use this definition of name from here on out. To do that, we'll write public new string.
Okay.
And now
I see what it's doing with that then.
Name, this is what it will use. So if we now save this and go into Unity, not much will happen here. You'll notice that I don't have any cards in the project. If I select the script, it just shows the script here, and for some reason we have a field for the artwork here, but none of the other stuff. Remember, this script is only the template for our cards. So how do we go ahead and create a card from this template? Well, that's exactly what we need to define. Unity makes this really easy with an attribute called createAssetMenu. We need to always put this right above our class. This will basically tell Unity to make it possible to create this object through the createAssetMenu, which means every time we right click in the project and go create. So we're basically just adding a new object to this list. And we can define a few things here. We can set the default file name to something like new card, as well as menu. We only have to compile here, and if we then right click, go create, you can now see that says new card. Let's call this one Edwin. Then at the top here we can set the name to Edwin. We can create a description, the baddest guy in town. Select some artwork. I'm going to open up here. I've already imported a sprite that we can use. Set the mana cost. I'm going to set that to 3. An attack value B. All it does is store information about a given card. And we can go ahead and create as many as these as we want. We can right click again, go create card. And this time we could create Tyrion. Again, his name is going to be Tyrion. So now we have some way of putting these cards into the game. In other words, we need to display them on the UI I've created here. To do that, we need another script. So let's select our card UI here. Let's hit add component, and let's call this one card display. Let's again select C# and hit create and add. And let's open it up in Visual Studio.
This is the part I wanted.
Delete our update method, but let's leave our start method in here, because it's at the start of the game that we want to set up our card. But in order to do this, we first click card. Out of Unity, we get drag him in. And now inside of our script, we can access all of the data that we store inside of this object. If we really create a public cards in card, say the mana cost. So if we save that and go into our card display, we can simply call card.print. And if we save this and hit play, it's going to print Edwin, the baddest guy in town. The card costs 3. Awesome. But we can do better. Instead of just showing this stuff in the console, let's show it on the UI. Now we can create a text, and you guessed it, a health text. Then in Unity we'll set up these references. So .text equal to card.name and description text.text equal to card.description. And we can really just continue this way. For the artwork image, we need to make sure
these seems like they're for very specific things. I guess I have the individual. I don't think the task objects have separate properties yet, though. Maybe having them be scriptable objects in the future would be nice. But it's definitely something I want to keep in mind. But I don't know if I'm at that point yet where I need to try to implement them like this. Although I guess I would rather store them as the type that they need to be rather than try to fix that in the future. Obviously, it would. Yeah, I don't know what properties they would have that would be different, other than that they are a thing. I definitely need to write, not necessarily a game design document, but something probably close. I usually like to keep things a little bit more flexible than a design document. It's a bit not rigid. It's not malleable, though. It's stiff. It's hard to keep a living document like that living, in my opinion.
And set
I have a hard time
card
focusing on with the organization of
And
it.
for the mana text, we'll go mana text equals card.mana cost. But when we play the game, we can see all of our UI elements gets updated to show Edwin's information. And we can input any scriptable object here. If we wanted to show Tyrion instead, we'll simply drag in Tyrion and hit play. And there we go. Our card is one of them Tyrion and the other one Edwin. When we now play the game, we can see our two cards. And right now we're just doing this in the start method. You could easily update this while the game was running, because we're just swapping out simple information. And each of these scriptable objects are extremely small. You can see both Edwin and Tyrion, it's only 1 kilobyte. So yeah, scriptable objects are super cool. That's pretty much it for this video. If you enjoyed it, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next one. I hope you guys had a happy New Year's, and I'm looking forward to an awesome
Oh, dated. Ooh, dated. Live on stream. Brackies 2017. Take that, Brackies. Ghosts. Hoo-ha. I don't know if I want to do that just yet. That's a hard decision to make. I feel like it could future-proof things, but if I don't do anything with it, then it could cause. I guess it couldn't cause but so many problems compared to a prefab. It's basically a prefab, so I could just have it just work as a prefab even though it is named scriptable object. I guess technically if I did it with scriptable object style though, I could, instead of like deleting the object and instantiating a new one, I could just take that object, replace its mesh and its collider, because all the objects have the same general setup. Okay, maybe I will do the scriptable object approach, but that's gonna take a little bit of figuring to figure it out. I'll need to make a point of doing that specifically. I should also probably update my Git repo. Because I think the last time, when was the last time I committed actually? 17 days ago? Oh no. It's only been 14 since. It's not even been 14. It's been like 12 since the game jam started. Started that on Monday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we started that on Monday. Oof. Oof. Okay. 17 days ago, I think would probably, it's the 24th now, so it's definitely within July, but it's not that far away. It's like 2 weeks ago. So maybe I'll update that real quick. I actually don't know if I want to do that one on screen right now, because it does include my personal GitHub, and I don't think I really want to show that off to people. Let me take a quick break. I know I took the phone call one, but let me take an actual break. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I didn't actually get a break when I took that phone call. So having one to actually go through is nice. Bum, bum, bum. YouTube's still on shuffle. Yeah, good. As it should be. Alright, let me do a quick git commit. Because I didn't do it. I'm not responsible. Oopsies. Okay, that's fine. Kill, kill, kill. Advertisements. Well, this is probably as good a time as any to do a git update. It'll be a bit of a quiet process, probably. There's a lot of files I have in here that are temporary, but I don't exactly want to ignore. Like the PID test that I did at one point. I don't really want to ignore it because I might use the PID at some point. I don't think I will, but I might. I don't honestly remember what that's for. Don't need to include gravity test. More PID stuff. Get it out of here. Asset import worker. All these log files I've already ignored. These shouldn't be in here. Discard. Yes. Permanently. Get rid of them. Those logs you're carrying? Get rid of them. Fine, show it to me in the Explorer. Oops, my finger slipped. Action can't be completed because the file is open in the Unity shader compiler. Oh, well, I can fix that. Why? 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 Why is it still here? Go away. I don't want logs are already in the git ignore. Look. Look. I don't know why they're here. What if I just discard them? Actually, you know what? Yeah, send through that they are deleted, actually. Simply reference cache. That was a bug that I had. Where is this? Oh, I fixed that. That's why. I forgot Vinity helped me out with that. Another big update. Big. I need to make a bunch of smaller commits rather than making all of these big commits. I don't want the DualShock stuff in here either. That was temporary fiddlings, but I need to focus more on actually figuring out the design of the game rather than figuring out how to make it work with a controller. I kind of want it to work with a controller, but I'd rather the game work first and then I assign things to controller buttons afterwards. Order of operations. What were the last things that I did? Whoops. Expanded stations. Use composition structure to allow for multiple... yeah, okay. So I guess I've... I've added the consumer station. Although I want to... Actually, maybe I should keep the consumer station out of this for right now. Created custom test models for the current stations. These are all models. That way I can reduce the scale problems. Ball. Added a donut task object. Stest. Functionality. Wait, didn't I already? Oh, that's the consumer functionality. Why has it been deleted? I must have moved them into their own folder. That's metafoil. I'm not looking at metafoil. I separated stations. No. Station functionality was already a thing. Because that was in the history. I can't show you the history. Yeah, the functionality scripts were already in here. I must have just moved them. This must have been a move. This has to have been a move. Has to have been a move. I swear it. Producer. Yeah. I slid them into functionality type. then I created initial functionality for consumer station test. I believe that's all I've done. Okay, hold on. First things first, I want to... Let's say it was using AI. Yeah. What was I doing for that at one point? This is going to be a sentient task object. This breadstick will know that it's being eaten. Muhahaha. Muhahaha. This binary file is for. Oh well. Commit. Wait a minute. No, that was a bad commit. I shouldn't have done that. But I really don't want to undo it now because that was a lot of things. It's a bad commit because this is still currently technically not working. I need to revert it to here. There we go. Now I can. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. Currently, the stations and the task objects are still able to be instantiated. The stations aren't. I feel like station instantiation would be a good idea to have in case I want to make it some sort of system in the future where it's like, oh, buy a station. This game is definitely going to end up being a long-term project and the product of multiple other smaller games that I end up making. I am heavily going to have to reconsider the scope of this. This is gonna take like a year probably to finish, especially at the pace that I'm going, which is kind of slow. Since I only do this 3 times a week, and it's not an everyday thing. It should be an everyday thing, I should probably change this to just work on... I should just be working on this full time, like all the time. And then maybe I can set aside specific time in the stream that I play video games instead, maybe. Instead of having it just to be... Instead of having like a day where I work on it and then I play video games, and then I have another day where I work on it and then I play video games. And then I play video games, and then I have another day where I work on it, and then I play video games. I need to focus. It's already been 2 months, I think, since I started working on this one. It's technically not even been a real month yet in terms of work that I've done on the project. And I think for figuring things out, it's in a pretty decent state. Because I am learning all of this as I go. Oh, I thought it was going to continue. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Yes, I know consumer type functionality is borkened. Oh, I don't have access to the repository to push anything because I'm the owner of it, not Squawk. I'm signed in as Squawk, but that's not who owns the project. Unforeseen consequences. I feel like that was a theme that I've dealt with recently. Wow. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, bup, ba-dup. How do I share a Git project with somebody? I want to invite myself. Manage projects. I don't see that. Oh no, it's settings. Project settings. Bit. In the menu, click Settings, click Manage Access. I don't see that option. I can't show you this page. There's no option. I see manage or access as a section, but yeah, it's not an option. How old is this? Do-do-do-do-do. How old is this article? GitHub? Doesn't tell me. That's not even a copyright. I want to invite collaborators. Git. Why can't I scroll on this page anymore? What's wrong with you? Oh, I never could, apparently, I guess. Damn. Issues, pull requests, notifications. Oh, settings. Settings. Collaborators. I found it. Add me. Wap, wap, wah. And then I can switch to my other account. What? Inbox. There I am. Accept. Oh, thank you for... Gave me a 404 error page. I have a 404 now because... I don't know. That's odd. Stop. Let me create my first. Oh, hold on. Do I not have a shared projects space? Cannot retrieve latest commit at this time. Why not? Repository doesn't seem to exist anymore. May have been deleted or renamed. I mean, I have access to it now. It should allow me to. Oh my god. It got rid of my push? Or it did the push? Oh, it did the push. Okay. It did the push, but it gave me an error. That's fine. Wonderful. Okay. Everything is hunky-dory. Everything is good. Everything's fine. Everything's cool. Everything's normal. Everything's great. I can finally scroll on this page again. Jesus, GitHub. What the hell? What is happening? Okay. That's that done. Shouldn't have to worry about that much anymore. I don't want to ignore any of these. Station functionality is up. It has not been pushed. Correct. That is correct. Good. Boop 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 boop. I want to make a stash real quick, I think. Can I stash only my selected changes? I can't. Let's make a new branch. You know what? I'm gonna make a new branch. New branch. We're gonna call this branch task object scriptable. Call it scriptable task object. How's that? Update. There we go. Well, I can't show you it now because there's nothing to show anymore. It's gone. Wait, hold on. Is it not going to ask me to... This file has been changed outside of the... Give me Visual Studio. Give me Visual Studio. Yes to all. I'm going to start making separate branches for all of these just because it's much easier to handle when I do it that way. A reload, please. Type of namespace PID could not be found. Oh, those don't need to be there. At the very least, it let me find that. Did that break anything else in the script? I don't think they were ever referenced. No, they're not referenced. Okay. Okay. Moving on. I guess I should fix... task object before I try to work on the consumer station. Because it's going to break everything, and I'd rather have it be in a functioning state when I make the changes. Am I married to this idea yet? What's the purpose of changing them into task objects? It's to instantiate them with specific properties. I have to know what those specific properties are going to be before runtime, though. But it would allow me to change things on the fly. I could just swap out models and types. Okay, let's give it a shot. Maybe I'll add these to my long-term task list, because I won't be able to get to those, definitely, from doing this. Notes. To do. Let's take one of these. Let's take this one out for right now. And we'll oh my, ignore that. Oops, Alt 7. Wait, not there. I'm fine, everything's fine, I swear. Howdy, Locust, welcome in. Do you how do? Convert. Am I gonna have enough space for this? Task. Objects. To. Script. Double. Objects. Perfect. That didn't fix it. Ah! Ha! Nice! Hello, Moika. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. That's a nice raid.
Howdy-do.
How's everybody doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Totor, Akiba, Moika, Onishoba. The raid music isn't Basilgeuse. It should be Basilgeuse, actually. That's a good point. No, it's just kind of the, I think it's the Wild Spire Waste music. Hello, Nasco. I actually don't know how to pronounce that name. Silver X Fit. I'll call you Silver if that's okay. How did the remainder of the stream go, Moika? I'm not looking at the camera at all, but... Show us the game? Sure thing. It's a little simple at the moment, but it still kind of works. Oh, I need to undo these, actually. I made a little bit of progress on something, but I realized partway through that I think I need to change some things before I move forward on that. Make sure I've turned off the funky spin. I did turn off the funky spin. Ads? You have an ad right now? Productive. Talking about hobbies. What's your hobby? Right now it's game development, but it's also sort of a job, I guess. I've got a lot of hobbies. I play video games. I make video games. I bake. I like to build models. I like to play D&D. I guess D&D is also sort of game design. So currently, with the way that things are set up, I have this little capsule spinning around. You see, this was the first thing that I started on, was the capsule. He is floating on a force, and you can actually see that teal line going up shows you the force that's keeping him in the air. And when he jumps, it flips down because gravity is attached to him now. There's a couple objects sitting around. He can pick them up and carry them around. I don't think he can pick this one. Oh, yes he can. They're all physics-based. Everything's physics-based at the moment. And I've got a few little stations over here that I'm working on, which also are rigid bodies and can be knocked around. I've had to label them because I forget what some of them do. This is a producer. It spits out balls at the moment. And I can feed those balls. Can I feed them in here? No, I can't. That one makes breadsticks. I can feed them in here, and this one makes breadsticks, I think. Oh, hold on. That one's a little bit of a problem. Yeah, this one's a little bit of a problem in its current state. So this right here is what I've been calling a converter station, which stand up. Close enough. So a converter station, what it does is I can take balls at the moment and I can put them in to the converter station, and after a certain period of time it'll spit out what I've been calling a breadstick. And I think I can actually... This one accept... What does this one accept? Does it accept breadsticks? Yes, it does accept breadsticks. I think I was supposed to make that one accept balls, actually, and it spits out donuts. And then this is a trash can, basically. I think I've made its collider too small. I can't get in it. No, I can. Just doesn't have a... Stand up, you. Can you convert the breadstick? Yeah, the breadstick gets converted into the donut. So I can take a breadstick and I can put it into here. This is all like temporary test objects too. So not everything's final. But the idea is that this is going to eventually be sort of a party game a la Overcooked or Plate Up. Kind of a little bit of Gang Beasts in there, maybe. And the trash can is just so that I can get rid of things. Everything's physics-based at the moment. I kind of want the player to ragdoll around a bit. I want it to be goofy, and you can like knock things over, and it's supposed to be multiplayer too. So your friends are going to be knocking things over. I plan on the stations being time-based, and if you go over a certain time limit for them, then they can explode or whatever, and that can cause all sorts of ragdolling. The scope is big, so I have to make sure that I have the time to work on it. Wait, hold on. Is this thing floating? Oh no, it's on the ground. The collider just goes into the ground. That's where it's at right now, though. I'm kind of learning how all of this works as I go. The scope is not Elden Ring big, especially not for one developer. And as you can tell, there's no art in here yet. YouTube. Scope's not going to be Elden Ring big, unfortunately. It's going to be relatively manageable, I think, for a single person to have done. Bye. I've also got they've got their own little stream idols where they can just Rube Goldberg themselves. I think it's pretty fun. Oops, that's right. He's going here. Currently, I will eventually need some art at some point. My current plan is to keep things sort of vague at the moment, and then eventually I'll start actually going into the theme that I have in mind. I want base functionality to be implemented first, because I know that there are programmers out there that are faster and better than I. And if I reveal the theme too soon, then they'll have a leg up on me, and who knows, then maybe they'll steal the idea or whatever. I guess I'm not super concerned with someone stealing the idea, but I'd like to kind of maybe be the originator of this one. It's nothing super original on its own. Wow, this rigid buddy doesn't want to listen. There we go. Can I spin this around? Maybe. Sure, that'll work. We'll go with that one. But that's where things are at right now. I'm on day 19, and I keep... Well, that was useless. I keep thinking of ways to rework things. So I've kind of been hopping back and forth between adding new things and reworking something to work with something that I want to add later. Right now, my plan is to take these things, the task objects, and I want to turn them into what are called scriptable objects. Currently, they are mono behaviors, which basically mono behavior basically just means that they can show up in the scene. A scriptable object means that I can save information about them out, though, and I can basically make a template for them. That's not the template that they already have. It's a better template. It's solid for 19 days. Thank you, Akita. Sometimes I feel like I should be further along, but... Wait, did I put a breadstick in there? I didn't think it took my breadstick. Oh no. It didn't take my breadstick. Oh, I must have gotten off. Oh well. I'm having second thoughts, I guess. I'm sure that I can adjust it, but I'm having slightly second thoughts about the player being a floating capsule too. Just because eventually, if I'm going to have the player like trip on things or whatever, then the capsule will probably need to be on the ground, or at least close to it. The reason that I like the floating capsule is because it just goes over things on the ground. I can just walk over stuff and it handles it. And it just goes up ramps automatically. Like I don't have to do anything extra to handle ramps. It just works. This was an idea that I got from there's a kind of a tutorial, more of just like an explanation video from, oh, what's the name of that studio? They made Very Very Valet. It's a Very Very Valet video. And they talk about the floating capsule character controller. So that's what I decided to go with. I wanted to try that. So I figured I'd build a game around having that as a thing. And I was like, this is kind of arcadey. I think this would fit pretty well with it. So I just merged the two project ideas together. And here we are. Progress is progress. Yeah. Progress is progress. Currently, the only thing you can do is take things out and put things in other things. I'm pretty sure since I turned this around, this is now firing breadsticks into the ground. I would like to, if I can, fix these machines to work this way. They're going to have their own physics to them. Players can push them around. I want it to be... Currently, there's a little problem with kinematics, which is that the thing that I'm holding right now isn't affected by physics, but everything else is, which means I can push these no problem with something in my hands. If I drop this, this is impossible to push. It becomes very hard to push. So I might need to figure something about the physics working while a player is holding an object, so that I can't do that. Or, alternatively, I can make the stations kinematic in general and just have the player be able to push them around. Because I'm pretty sure if I take the producer here... That was probably a lot of information over a very short period of time. If anybody has any questions of things, I'd be happy to try to answer them. I don't know everything, but I can try to. Oh, I guess Kinematic turned off everything about this. Yes, it did. Oh, I dropped it. Boop. One of my favorite games? Well, I might be a fan of Monster Hunter. I really like the Metroid series. I am thinking about trying my hand. Since this is going to probably be a larger scale game, I've been thinking about trying my hand at a couple game jams and stuff, and maybe some smaller projects while I'm working on this. One of them I think is going to. I think I'm going to try a 2D Metroidvania at some point. Partially because I've also been seeing a lot of like sprite art tutorials. And I want to try to implement, like, dynamic lighting and stuff. Sounds like fun. But that's also... I feel like I'm getting into the realm of... I have a project. I won't finish it, but I want to start another project. And then I won't finish that, but then I'll have another project. Maybe there's something to that in terms of getting rid of the projects and starting new ones. Just recycle fast, fail fast. I've also got the funky spin that I can make the player do. Let's see if it... Actually, I haven't tested this. Let's see if it works. Did it turn off things? It did turn off things. Nice. I just make the player spin around. It's a good idol. This is my stream idol. Thank you, Karen. I also, I really like the feet that I gave him. That's all temporary stuff. Originally, it was just the capsule moving around. But I added another script. The feet are very detailed, as you can see. I added a separate script that when the player's velocity is anything greater than 0, it causes the feet to spin around. So it's just two triangles, two ramps. Actually, it's this ramp in the background over here. It's this one right here. But that's also his nose. So I've defined where forward is on the player, and also now he's got a little walking animation. Yeah. Kick. I think it also works while he's falling too, though. Yeah. Yeah, it goes while he's falling too. I think gravity's like -20 or something in here. I might need to increase gravity. I feel like falling's still slightly floaty. But I don't think it'll matter too terribly much. It at the very least doesn't matter too terribly much right now, because I'm still sort of prototyping things. Everything's in its beginning phases for things. Hey, you want a close-up on the feet, Totor? Look. For free. Feet. In HD 3D. Woo! What is that, Arkham? TV PNG line art. What you doing? I am testing out a prototype of a game for the Raiders right now. I will be doing some editing on some code in just a second, because I have actually I've got the lineup right here. These things right here. I want to make them something else that's a little bit more malleable. Currently, their internals aren't exactly correct for what I want to do later. Mike, why did you send me a picture of a Minotaur holding a phone? Okay, that makes more sense. This is good art, though. I can always show it on stream if you want me to. I can't really ask Moika for art tags, because I don't think I can open that file. Well, it looks like a person wearing a Minotaur-style helmet, really. Do you want me to delete the link, Mike, or is it fine sitting where it is? I mean, I've already talked about it, I guess. It looks like they're holding a phone. Here's all of my code. This is my coding buddy as well. I'm sure you'll recognize him. I want to make a new task object script, actually. I love the Pug Please so much. I'm going to create menu asset. Doesn't like that. Why not? You're inheriting from Unity Engine. You should know what that is. Create asset menu. Ah, I mixed things up. So we're in order to give ourselves a little bit of flexibility on our task objects, the things that we can carry around, we are going to turn those into scriptable objects, which basically a scriptable object gets saved out of the game when you're playing the game, so I can use it to store information about the object live. It also allows me to sort of use it as a template for things. So I can take the scriptable object, I can put it into the scene whenever I want, and I can, instead of replacing the entire object, the idea is that I can just swap out meshes for things. So you'll put something into, you take one of the balls and you'll put it into the converter, and it's supposed to spit out a breadstick. And currently I'm deleting the ball and spawning a whole new breadstick. But what if I just replace the mesh for it? I can just replace the mesh, the collider, and whatever. So it's less strain. I'm just swapping out assets. It doesn't really... Or I'm just swapping out properties, rather, not assets. So things should go a little bit more smoothly. Plus, it'll allow me in the future, if I decide to try to make something that has properties separate from the base, as in, like, take the breadstick, for example. Let's say I have a breadstick that's just a solid breadstick, and I have one with score marks on it. Then I can separate that out inside of the script. I can save that information out, and if you put that into a storage station and then try to take it out later, you'll get that same breadstick that had the score marks on it. That's what I'm hoping to do with it, at the very least. I think it'll work like that. Whoops. Do I have to have that? No, I don't. Okay, good. I don't want to add that. Let's see if that's actually added. The things that you're seeing in here are models that I made in Blender, by the way. These aren't exactly Unity objects. I made this capsule, and you can tell maybe that I forgot to apply a smooth shader to it a little bit. I made this sphere, which is kind of redundant because Unity already has a sphere in it. Good old Blender. The reason that I had to go do that for test objects is because Unity's physics engine is very particular about how things are scaled. So if I were to scale any of these objects and then try to apply physics to them, sometimes the bit that handles the physics and the visual aspect of the object just separate from each other, and you're left with a cube that is not properly colliding with the player. I had a seesaw in here at one point, which was a flattened rectangle, or a rectangular prism, that was just kind of balanced on top of a cylinder. And I ran into the side of it, and I saw the mesh get completely separated from the actual collider. It's like I knocked the ghost out of it. Yeah, assets. Create. There should be a scriptable object option in here. Unless I messed up the menu. I think I messed up the menu path. Let me double check this. I'm still relatively new to scriptable objects, so I'm trying to get the hang of them again. Menu name name. No, it should just be scriptable objects that I can do. Ooh. Hold on. No, we used them in 2017. They're definitely in 2022. It was came to my attention recently that I haven't updated Unity, which is why that's one of my tasks over there, is to update Unity. I know that's going to cause a lot of problems though. So I'm thinking I might do that after the stream and then handle it. But it's also might be handy for people to see. Did I make a folder for this? I guess I need to put the name in here too. Oh, I can change. This should be. Maybe I do this then. String interpolation. Feature constant interpolated string is not available in C# 9. Please upgrade to 10. Fine. What if I do that? Don't know why that was hard. Oh, this needs to inherit from scriptable object. That's why it's not working. I'm stupid. I forgot. Abs in progress. Hey, there it is. Okay. So now I should be able to say I want things in here like task object type. Welcome back from ads. If you're just audible, by the way, I have a warning that pops up on screen when ads are coming, which is why I don't announce them as fervently as I used to. I used to be on point with that, but not so much recently. I've been meaning to add a sound cue to it as well, but I just have not done that yet. Why did I do that? Where's task object? You. Can I have this inherit from my interactive? I can't. Oh, I can, actually. That's just saying that it doesn't. Perfect. Although the scriptable object portion of things, I don't know if I necessarily care about it inheriting from this. I want the... I think I want the task objects to implement the scriptable object, but I don't want them to inherit from it in any way. That way I can keep information about them that I can update. This is basically an updatable component that I can keep inside of the task objects. A mesh 3D. Is it just mesh? Might just be mesh. Oh, I could do that stretch here in a second. Yeah, okay, I think it's just mesh, I guess. That needs to be capitalized. Coding standards. Let's handle the stretch. My tea is actually starting to get cold. I might heat this up real quick while I'm standing. Thank you for the stretch, Kerr. I've been fortunate not to have my power go out for the past few days, but we've been getting a lot of thunderstorms. Let me preface this with that. We're getting a lot of thunderstorms recently. We're supposed to get some more this afternoon, and I don't know when they're going to start exactly. But hopefully my power sticks around. So far it hasn't gone out, and so far I've been hoping that it won't every single time. So let's keep that trend. Sounds like Thor is pissed. I'm on the East Coast. There's a lot of hurricane-like weather happening right now. Oh, wait, what is... this should be first. This makes sense if I give everything a mesh collider, but I can't really store a collider outside, I don't think. I'll tell you, Thor was definitely pissed off yesterday. Whoops, I've watered my desk. We had a few thunderclaps that came through that just kept rolling. They never stopped. Which I don't know if it's actually true or not, but I've heard that if you hear something along those lines, that it is prime tornado weather. And that is a sign that one is attempting to form at the very least. So I got a little nervous about that one. Yeah. I'm not sure how true that is. Of course, I've heard it from people that are not extremely trustworthy in the long run of things. So I should see some of these pop up here. Hey, look at that. And I can say this is a breadstick. A breaststick. Sorry. Fake news. Pretty much. It's... Call them wives' tales. Basically, like, information that was passed down through generations that who knows if it's true anymore. I try to pronounce my misspellings. I think it's a fun idea. Wait, where's the breadstick? Oh, it's in here. I'm just silly. That's a converter. Wait, why didn't I? Where's the scriptable object? You in there. What is this type then? Okay, it's not an asset. It's not a, I guess a mesh isn't an asset. I thought it was. Is it a model? Unity. Store model as variable. Store mesh. I think it'd be a mesh. This goes into a mesh renderer. I would imagine it would have fit a mesh. Where's the actual player capsule? Oh, it goes into a mesh filter. I forgot I named that material fucking red. My game console of choice. Console? I would probably have to say that I've played things more often on my Switch. But mostly I'm a PC man. I haven't tried a Steam Deck. I guess that technically counts as a console, so maybe that would probably be what I would go for. But I feel like the more portable you make a PC, the less powerful it is. So I'm not sure I would entirely enjoy a Steam Deck. I hear good things about them, but I've never tried one for myself. Oh no, go back. So what if I... No, I don't want this to be a mesh filter. Mesh info? Maybe mesh info. Plus my Switch has Monster Hunter Generations on it. I think it's Generations Ultimate. Generations Ultimate, yeah. I haven't played that one too terribly much, but I've started it, and let me tell you, the Switch X is not it's not what it is in World. What does it take, though? It holds a reference to a mesh. That's a mesh. Mesh render renders the mesh that the mesh filter references. Yeah, okay. Property mesh. Yeah. The mesh. It's a mesh. Is that mesh enough? Does it make sense anymore? Why don't you like that? What? So, right. I never renamed that. But hello, Kimchi. Never played any of the Monster Hunter games. You got a PS5, a Switch, PSP. Which one would I recommend? They've got some pros and cons to them. World was my first one, and it's a very interesting one to get into. I would suggest either World or Rise. I think Rise is a little similar. It's more similar to the old ones. And you can get Rise on... That's PC, Switch, and Xbox, I think. I think Rise might also be on PlayStation, but I haven't tracked it there, so I don't know. World I know is on PlayStation. And it's on PC. But because I originally played World on PlayStation. I bought a used PlayStation 4 from one of my friends because I wanted to play Monster Hunter. And I didn't have a computer at the time that could play it. And it's fun. I'm actually playing it again. I've made my way all the way up to Master Rank. And I'm trying to get my former glory of beating the biggest, baddest dragon of all time. Once. Okay, so I've found the meshes that I can store. Apparently I have to drag them out of the actual model, I guess? How dare. One day I'll find a way around that problem. I need a plug-in for it, I think. Speaking of old PS4s, I've got an interesting story about one if you'd like to hear it. Sure, shoot. Oh, you know what? I haven't fired this thing up yet. Let's get that compiling. Because I've already yawned once, I know I have. My bot currently lives on a hard disk drive, which I think is causing it to respond slowly the first time it tries to boot something up. What else should I store in here? A long time ago, huh? I think that's about when I got into Monster Hunter. That was probably 2016, 17 actually. about to go out for a walk, but there's an old box right outside the front door, and inside of it was a PS4 with one cord and a controller. Just chillin'? Interesting. Maybe somebody was moving out or throwing it away? Huh. Was this in like an apartment complex? I imagine if somebody's just like dropping off a PS4, there's probably some not very good things on it. There's a duplex, okay. Nobody in your block had a PS4. Okay, yeah, that's even more dubious. It's just filled with cocaine. As soon as you boot it up, the fan just... All right. Donut. Right, I've got to go in here and find it. 'Cause it doesn't like that. There was a good game on it. Oh. Someone just handed you someone randomly dropped off a PlayStation that had PT in it? An undeleted version of PT? How? Was this before or after they started going around to delete PT? I don't remember when that happened. I know it's been a while since it happened, because I had Death Stranding by the time I had a PS4. I don't think I ever finished that game. Monster Hunter came by and swept me off my feet. I need to play Walking Simulator. Amazon Delivery Man. I think it was after this. I guess it had been offline so long. That I just missed it. I wonder if they still have that script running. So if you connect to PSN or whatever, it just automatically deletes it if it detects it, even if it's however many years old. I'm going to add a space for a collider Just in case. I don't know that I'll be able to use it, but maybe I will. I thought somebody sent me a cursed PS4 or something. When you went into PT blind without knowing what it was from a random PlayStation that was left outside your house. Yeah, that would be pretty terrifying. That sounds like a that sounds like one of those old like Game Boy cartridge creepypastas. I found a cartridge in my local GameStop in the used bin, but it was like black and it didn't have a label. And when I put it in, it booted up and it said it was The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Blood Edition, or something like that. And instead of the usual screen, it was Link and he was staring at me, but he had no eyes. Classic stuff. This is gonna have to be something that I update manually. So maybe I make this, maybe not private, but protected? It's not inheriting from it though, it's taking it as a component. PT, I am sad we'll never actually get like PT. But we might get a spiritual successor to it at some point, but I doubt we'll get it anytime soon. Alright. So the good news is, with the way that I was thinking about implementing this task object idea, I don't actually need to change anything around like I thought I was going to have to for the consumer. I do think I want to make these task objects still. So I guess this isn't necessarily convert them to task objects. This is simply implement a task object. I was working on the storing and returning, but I thought I needed to change some things out. I don't think I do, though. I'm going to take another look at the scriptable object version of task objects, or the component for them, to make sure that I'm implementing that correctly later, I think. But for right now, I thought it was going to be more of a change than it was. But it's not. So I'm going with task object. We're gonna move forward. Visage is something of a spiritual successor to PT. Was Visage was made by Konami, wasn't it? Oh no, I know what Visage is. Never mind. I've yet to finish it only because I'm too much of a chicken to go into one of the dark rooms and progress. I love horror games. The Amnesia series was my introduction to it. So I've been well christened into spooky happenings. I really want to play the Resident Evil series because I unfortunately haven't played any of them, nor have I played Silent Hill. And they're both classics in the horror genre. They're on the list. But first up is Metroid Prime. Because 4 is coming out next year. And I've got to choose between losing all of my time to Wilds or Metroid Prime 4. Hate the combat in those games. I mean, it's supposed to be clunky and slow. It is a little nerve-wracking sometimes to do, though. Bird up. If I want to implement the task objects properly, I could take the I'll have to add a function for it. Dead Space is great. Dead Space is amazing. I'd say the first one is the main horror one, and then it kind of translates slowly over time into a horror-themed action game. Advertisements. Add a function to swap out the... Maybe I shouldn't be looking too deep into this yet. I want to, but why? Why would I? Let's move forward with regular instantiation for now. I've got the option to do the scriptable objects. And the reason that I was doing the scriptable objects with them was because I thought it would make things easier. Excuse me. But I need to probably rethink that. I need to come out of that with a clear brain instead of being blinded by, oh, I need to do a thing right now. Think faster. I want to be sure of my ideas before I implement them, because otherwise I'm just wasting time. I've seen good things with the Dead Space remake. I haven't played it myself. I played the original normal Dead Space 1, but I have not played the remake. I've seen the helmet that you can get that is Isaac, but he has like dead hands. His severed hands as antlers. Let me double check my withdraw item. If you walk up and you don't have something in your hands, it will attempt to withdraw an item. If there's nothing in the bin, nothing happens. Otherwise, it DQs an item and instantiates it. Can I tell it where? I can tell it its parent. I'm pretty sure I can tell it where. Yeah, I can. Did they change any of the story in that one to make it more coherent, cohesive, or whatever? Fix plot holes, something. Wait, am I not passing? Where is the producer getting this information from? Yeah, produce item. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba. On player interaction here. They did fix some of the flaws. Okay. Maybe the remake would be a good thing for me to play then someday. Because I'm sure that there are plot holes that arose when they made the other two games. You know, I just realized this crowd probably knows a little better. But I've been thinking I wanted to play the Bomb Rush Cyberpunk OST in the background. And I've heard them say that it was free to use. Like it was fine, copyright free, but I've only ever heard Team Reptile say that it was okay to use in gameplay footage. I don't know if I can just use it as background noise. I would like to, but I don't think that's allowed. Am I just misreading that? I like to try to keep my music copyright free, just so that I can have a record of my development progress. I might change that one day. Give us an additional scene to see what Isaac and Nicole's relationship was like when they were light years away from each other. I see. So things weren't going great between them because of the distance. An extra long distance relationships. Little more problematic, I guess. Whew. Let me focus for just a second. Because I was thinking about passing in. If I pass in information from this, it's gonna have to... Oh, jeez. Okay, I can pass it in through here. So I could say vector 3 position. Spawn position. I want to make these annullable, thus the little question mark at the front there. This needs to be a quaternion. Still don't know how those work, but maybe one day I'll find out. Something spheres. And then I basically just want to pass this information. There's one more, but I forgot what it was. parent. Parent is basically the world object, isn't it? Do I have to pass you a parent? Do you really need that? Oh, yeah. Oh no, this should definitely... I should just make these non-nullable. You have a name for this game you're working on? There is a test name in progress for it, but it kinda is a little on the nose. I haven't really come up with a better in progress name for it without giving away what I plan for the theme to be. I've been trying to keep it sort of under wraps, but I mean, maybe I shouldn't. I want to get it a little further in its prototyping phase before I kind of reveal what it is, just for not safety, I guess, but just to have a bit of a head start on actually making it. If somebody sees it and says, "Oh, that's a good idea, I'll do that too," and then they do it and they're a faster, better programmer than I am, then mine looks like garbage. Once I get it out of prototyping, once I feel like it's good enough and its functionality, then I can kind of move forward with the actual design that I want to go for. Then I think I'll start revealing more and more about it. For right now, everything's gray boxed and red pilled. In quite a literal sense. Saving the files. Oh wait, that's errors. Ah, that's errors. Why did I make these nullable? These shouldn't be nullable. I'm going to make you pass something through. Spooky, scary, forced. This needs to come after this. I guess the idea was that if you spawn something through... Why did I make it null? I wanted to default it to... Oh. Wait a minute. It's because I can't make a new one in here. That's why. I remember why I did that. Nullify. If spawn position's null. But I want spawn position to instead be a new vector 3. Yeah, new vector 3, and I want the new vector 3 to be transform dot position dot x. Actually, you know what? I don't need to make this a new one. I can just do transform dot position.
Would like to stay and talk about games a little longer, but I've got to help my brother install the new kitchen sink, then head to the gym. Have some bits, and keep on keeping on. Moika thumbs up.
Thank you for sticking around, Kerr. And thank you for the bits. I will keep on keeping on. Good luck with your sink installation. I've never done that myself, actually. So that sounds like a fun time. Fun isn't difficult. Absolutely. I'll be here every day. Actually, I won't be here this weekend, I think, but I'll be here every other day. I've been typing the wrong thing this whole time. Transform. Position. Times 2. Actually, I want to do plus transform dot forward. There we go. If spawn rotation is spelled incorrectly, then spell it right, actually. I'll just set this as new Quaternion so that it comes in as a 0. I'm not actually checking for anything. Oh, where do the brackets come from? I'm very good at hitting the wrong keys. That's my special secret. It's a surprise tool that'll help us later. Oh wait, no, I need to cast that, because that's not nullable. This isn't a Vector 3 at all. This is a Quaternion. Beautiful. Control Shift save, so I save Earthen. Last week I was in a game jam, a Godot game jam. If you are unfamiliar with Godot, it is basically Unity but Blender, because it is free, it is open source, and it is less greedy at the moment. I'm currently making this in Unity because I know Unity better. But I want to learn Godot because I have a feeling that it's going to become a little more prominent in the future. So we made a game called, we called it Soul Salvage. Is a little thing. Where is it? I can play it on stream actually. Executables. There it is. Whoops, 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 whoops. Here we go. So this was the game that we made during the Godot Wild Jam number 71. Our theme was unexpected consequences. And so we decided to make our unexpected consequence something, if you don't do well in the game, your enemies will respawn, basically. Your enemies come back in more full force. And it appears the build that I have pulled down might not be good. Sometimes it just takes a while, and I haven't entirely figured out why. There it is. Eventually, there it is. Yeah. It's a little top-down shooter that we made. This was me and a buddy of mine named Michael. So you just shoot the bugs. And if you get killed, your health bar is up here in the top left. If you get killed, you get shot, your counter starts to go down, your kill counter starts to go down. Your goal is to kill 20 of the little bugs, basically. But as you shoot them while you're here in your dead life, you regain health. And then you can go back and you can start trying to get your kill count back up. I aced the game a couple times, but not today. I mean, we made it, I guess, so I know the intricacies. I kind of know how it works. And there we go, I win. There are a few things we would have liked to do better about it, of course. But aren't there always with game jams? I know one of the ideas that we had about it was that it's not very obvious what's happening with the kill count. You're dead. It's not very obvious that you're dead. The transitions are there. The transitions look kind of nice, I'll be honest. I was kind of proud of those. I would like to have actually made them a little more appropriately themed, because they kind of remind me of one of the older games, like a retro game. Kind of Galaga style, where you're fighting bugs in space. Oh boy, somebody just smite! Kill! Currently, the trash can is a trash can. Technically, you can take things out of the trash can, I guess. Should that be a stack or should that be a queue, though? I guess it depends on the object, really. I'm gonna make it a queue for right now, though. It's a queue, so it will be a queue. My spine is broken. How do I tell it that it's using if use queue? That's something that I have to check on it. It is something that I have to check on it. I don't have a way for these stations to not already just be set in the scene, I think. I don't have anything that covers that. That might be something worth looking into. So 5 objects for right now. Let's see if this works. Boo-doo boo ba-doo ba-doo. No. Might actually take a short little break here in a second. This actually... Oh, it's stopped using the queue. Why did it do that? Ball has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I'm I'm deleting the object. So it's not... I don't want them to be in the scene still, though. Maybe I do. I do want them to be in the scene, though, actually, because if they're not, then I have to instantiate a whole new one, but I don't want to do that. I want to make them invisible, basically, and then bring them back. Stop it, YouTube. Silly Sally. I'll be right back. Let me run real quick. The ads are already happening again. These things happen way too often. Can I? You know what? Hold on. Actually. Ads. Currently, I've got it. It's like a minute and a half every 30 minutes. That's a lot, though. Can I adjust those? A minute and a half every hour, maybe? Oh, but if I put it any lower, they're just gonna display more ads anyway, because pre-rolls are on. Hold on, maybe I can customize this. 'Cause I hate advertisement. Start delay. 5-minute wait for those. Okay. I kind of like that better. Yeah, I know. Wait, hold on. What'd that say about pre-rolls? Oh, it's not going to take effect this stream. Gross. Well, I wanted to see kind of what that pre-roll thing was going to do. If that's not going to reduce the amount of ads people see or anything, there was no point in it. Oh well, the next set of ads are coming anyway. Oh wait, no, it did change them. It'll take effect. It must have been 3. I misread that then. 3 p.m. Well, okay, according to the ad manager that I'm showing right now, it says that they're in effect. Right, so I have... everything is in place except that it's deleting the object, so it'd probably be a better idea for me to... instead, when I try to store the item... what am I doing try store at? Here. Hide object. And this will be a void. Oh, I can adjust my task list so it's a little less gross now too. Okay. Maybe I should put that slash on the line above it. I must stickler for text. I'm sorry. Whoops. I'm less of a stickler than most of the people I know. Let's declare a oh. Oh, it didn't show the ads thing. You're doing all right down there. My computer is struggling. I can hear the processor fan. Or maybe that's the graphics card. Some one of those. I hear it just kick on and spin for a good minute, maybe 30 seconds. Yeah, number 2. I think it's actually like yeah, number 4 or 5, but who's counting? Going to take object to hide dot transform. We're going to set it to transform. Oh, sorry. Dot position. We're going to set it to transform dot position. We're going to also object to hide get component rigid body. It's component in children, I think, actually. What do you mean you don't know what a rigid body is? Oh, the B is lowercase, got it. I want to use kinematic. If I just disable the rigid body? What happens if I just disable the rigid body? Let's find out. Instead of making it kinematic, because if I make it kinematic, it's going to still interact with things that have colliders. I'll need to turn off the collider itself if I was going to do that. Well, I can't turn off the rigid body. What happens if I... Interesting. Must fall faster than a frame for some reason. Okay, so maybe not the best idea. If I turn on is kinematic, that means it's still gonna push things around. If I turn off the box collider now that it's not kinematic, will it still push things around? No. Okay, so I'm gonna have to get the component of the box collider, as well as eye skin. Oh, is kinematic is what I was typing. Who's texting me? Oh, I don't particularly care, but that's fine. Oh, I saw out of the corner of my eye my own scrolling in my in my code. Thought it was chat, but no, it was me. I'm the chat now. So it currently turns off the rigid body, turns off the collision. It's gonna be the first instance that it runs into though. On my task objects. Oh, there's still a problem there. On my task objects, what is their hierarchy right now? Ooh, wait a minute. Okay, a little bit of hindsight. We'll just get a generic collider that should encompass everything that inherits from it as well. And that shouldn't really be a get component in children, that should just be a get component. As for a task object, it's the tippy top. Well, the rigid body isn't, I guess. Is it? No, it is, because the other one's a... Yeah. The other collider I'm thinking about is the player detection zone. You know what I could do instead? Why don't I take this and just make it part of task object? I've got destroy task object. Why don't I have hide task object? Then I don't have to get component. it knows what it is. Pretty sure it has a reference to its own rigid body. Yeah, task object, rigid body. And then we'll have collider. Wait, I might not have a reference to that collider. Yeah, I've got the player detection zone, but not. Bum, bum, bum. So I'll still have to get component collider, but it'll still be faster than trying to get component from a separate thing. I don't know if I have the renderer. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Turn that off. I was gonna just disable the whole. I think probably these items can just go in here, right? Then I can say hey, but these are protected. Oh, they're protected though. They're not public. I did kind of want those to be protected. Yeah. I think they'd have to be public if I wanted to do something like that. What's that Bracky's video? Did he make all of his public?
Often when making a game, you need a good way of storing data. Say if you're making an RPG, you need to make a whole bunch of items, each with their own stats and properties. Of course, you could create an item prefab and then make copies of it with different values, but this is both prone to error and very inconvenient. So instead, we use scriptable objects. Script, and let's call it card. And let's double want to derive from mono behavior, because this script is not going to be sitting on another object. It's name. That's because by default any object
Does make all of his public.
here, and for some reason we have a
Why would it do that?
card.name. This is what it will use. So we now save this and go into Unity, wait for the editor to compile here, and need another script. So let's select our card UI here. Let's hit add component, and let's call this one card display. Let's again select C# and hit create an add, and let's open it up in Visual Studio. This time we want to delete our update method, but let's leave our start method in here, because we could just print out the name of the card by going card.name. If we now save this and play the game, it's going to show Edwin in the console. Down, the card costs 3. Awesome. And then the mana cost. So if we save that and go into our card display, public text, a tag text, and you guessed it, a health text. Then in Unity we'll set up these references.
So I could have functions inside of the scriptable object class that I can use to set these, or I can even better set up a constructor for it, which is probably the better way to handle things. I think I'll set up a constructor so I can do that, but these won't be protected if I do that. I won't. If for those unfamiliar with what this does, protected is a keyword that basically means that this class and any class that inherits from this class, can use this variable. Private means only this class can use it, and public means anything can basically use it. But this just keeps it between parent and child relationship. The reason I was doing that is because task object is the parent for all of the other actual task objects that I have, which is the breadstick, the ball, and the donut. So it's kind of making them public, I think, would be not a great idea. I didn't pull in. Oh, I did pull in. This is storing a reference to itself, actually. If I have a protected version of it, making this public, as long as nothing gets a reference to the scriptable object, it will be a public reference. With this kind of a setup, though, is it... No, I'm making a new one. I'm making an instance of one. So it should store it separately. Right? Using it as a component, it should make a new instance of it, but I feel like the storage is going to be static. It's going, like, I can make new ones, but they're all going to update the same file, essentially. This wouldn't make it static. I would be saving information out about it, but I wouldn't actually be saving the objects individually, which is what I thought was going to happen. This is more like there's only going to be one of these objects in the scene, and this is to save out kind of what state it's in. But there will be multiple breadsticks in the scene. And they're all going to use different colliders. They're not all going to have the same information in terms of physics or appearance or collision or rendering. Are you even needed, Scrubject? What do you even do? Why did I do that? I'm treating it more like a parent class. That's always, like, it's always going to be the parent. It's always going to have XYZ. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. Did I close the Brackeys video? Why would I do that?
Often when making a game, you need a good way of storing data. Say if you're making text, this is going to be our name text. We can also create a public text description text. Then we need a public image. This is going to be our artwork image. And then a public text mana text, public text attack text, and you guessed it, a health text. Then in Unity we'll set up these references, so we'll put name into the name text slot, then description, then the artwork image is under here, so there's the artwork image, the mana text, the attack text, and the health text. And now in the start method we can simply set name text dot text equal to card dot name and description text dot text equal to card dot description. And we can really just continue this way. For the artwork image, we need to make sure to access the sprite and set it equal to card.artwork. And for the mana text, we'll go mana text equals card.mana cost. But remember, mana cost is a number. It's an integer. So we need to convert this to a string. To do that, we simply call dot to string. And we do the same thing for the attack and health. And there we go. That should be all of the code that we need. If we now save this and try and play the game, we can see all of our UI elements gets updated to show Edwin's information. And we can input any scriptable object here. If we wanted to show Tyrion instead, we'll simply drag in Tyrion and hit play. And there we go. Our card is now Tyrion. In fact, we can easily copy this card and place them side by side, and let's make one of them Tyrion and the other one Edwin. When we now play the game, we can see our two cards. And right now we're just doing this in the start method. You could easily update this while the game was running, because we're just swapping out simple information. And each of these scriptable objects are extremely small. You can see both Edwin and Tyrion, it's only 1 kilobyte. So yeah.
Still sounds like it could be useful. Just not sure. But when have I ever? I had a Discord note. Oh, there it is. I scrolled past it like 3 times. No. No flashbang. It seems like the ads might have already auto-updated with my changes that I made. So hopefully we'll have less ads for the remainder of the stram. Public. With the way that he was... But the way that I remember scriptable objects working, in the way that Brachy's explained it, I think if a scriptable object is in the scene... He made it seem more like it was following a contract, which I don't think it does that exactly. Oh, it doesn't actually have the storage body. Yeah. Just put them back in here. I'm tired of looking at you. It's possible that all this information will be necessary at some point, but right now, probably not. I feel like it fits more for the stations than it does for the task objects. Maybe it'll work out. I'll have to do some more looking into scriptable objects, I guess, before I entirely decide on that. I feel like part of my problem with coming up with this project is there's a lot of things that I want to learn, but I feel like I shouldn't learn them on stream because it's not entertaining. But maybe I need to just bite the bullet. Ba-da-da-da-ba-da-da-da. What options do a mesh render have? Disabled it is. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. Oh. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh. I might need to take a trip to the grocery store tomorrow. I have an idea for a thing that I can do for my brother. And that is an old pizza cake, basically, that we used to eat all the time, and he loved it. I don't know if he's had it in a while, so I figured my gift to him would be making that for him. It appears it's made out of mixes, though, so I might have to go buy some mixes. At least the copycat is. That'll probably what I be doing. Oh, what I'll be doing. Excuse me. In my tomorrow downtime. What else do I need to do to this in order to completely hide it? The renderer goes away, so it's no longer visible. I need to turn off the player detection zone. Completely. Because I don't want the interaction instructions to appear in front of the player. I need to change the interaction instruction from being a plane holding a bit of text to just being text, I think. Maybe with a plane attached to it. It needs to become its own thing. Well, actually, you know what? Maybe not text, because what if it's on controller? I'll need an image of... I'll need an image of the controller button in order to properly display what the player is going to do. There's so many things to think about. I wonder how that's typically handled. I'm sure somebody's got a video on it that I can go look up. Half of programming is looking things up anyway. think that's pretty much all I need to do for hiding things. And then I just need to call it in here. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, thank you. Why doesn't it like that? Did I make it private? Yep. Why'd I do that? Still nothing. Oh, it needs transform dot position. Task object does not contain a definition for hide object. Hide task object. No. Okay, Control Shift S. Let's give this a little test. See if I can still see the task object. I think it actually deleted it. Still. Did I not get rid of that? Wait a second. Hold on. Did I? I set it to default false, but it should have updated to not be that. Didn't I take that off? Or did I turn that back on? No, it's on. Max Q limit is not even something that it can do, so it shouldn't have accepted anything. Don't know why it did. Oh, moment of truth to see if the ads got updated, I guess. They still look like they're coming once every 30 minutes. Give me monsters to fight. That looks like a minute. Oh, whoops. You know, the bot hasn't updated what it's supposed to do. Let me maybe change that real quick. What's a good number? Let's say it's a minute. I think it's currently set for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 1200? So 120,000 milliseconds. Oh, fat finger. There we are. All right. So currently it is not abiding by the use queue. Is it actually ignoring it, or is it getting in here and doing something else? Let's find out. We're gonna debug. It's the first time I've done this in a while. Why is use queue false? Open Unity, I say. Unity, I say. Use queue is in fact false. Wait, is that on start where I'm setting that, or was that... No, I'm setting that on compilation, but I'm changing it. Why is it being forced? Is the trash can doing it, maybe? I don't know what my trash can script is. No, it's right there, yeah. Whoops, I didn't think that through. It is forcing use queue to be false. Open this the old-fashioned way. Oh, but I need the use limit. I need the queue limit to be higher. Why is U false? Did I save this? No. That's why. won't accept anything. It's not taking anything in. Oh wait, maybe it is. Why didn't it hide the players? Or why didn't it hide the task object's mesh renderer though? Oh, it's maybe because I didn't assign it. That would probably be the easiest option. Is to maybe fill in the information that I'm attempting to give it. Wait, no, I've given it the mesh renderer. It should have turned that off. And it's still giving a... It doesn't like that. Oh, the transform is what I need. Oh, did I complete my friend's mission? I did! Good, 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 good. That's what I was trying to do. That's what I've been trying to do all week. Actually, it's been more like for the past 2 weeks I've been trying to do that. Ba-da-bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. That's going to handle a bunch of things for me. Wow, I'm glad I made that. That's a handy utility. I'm glad I made that. That should probably be a generic utility now that I think about it. That shouldn't be specific to task object. Because if I want to change the parent of any object, I should be able to use this. some reason it's not turning off the mesh renderer despite being... I'm getting a direct reference to it, right? And I am accessing... I'm setting it here. Well, maybe get component mesh render probably isn't the best. What if it's just renderer? Compiler errors. What, where? Oh. Okay, it seems to think that my hands are empty. They most certainly are not. Throw up another breakpoint shake. This key is true. The Q limit. Okay, so it skipped right over the try to store. It didn't even attempt to do that. So it must be... Yeah, it's getting in there and then just doing nothing. But the player is interacting with the thing, so it thinks that it's successful in its interaction. Wait, is the Q... Where's the trash can? I didn't name it trash can, so it's hard to find. So the Q is 0. It's auto being set to 0. Why is it doing that? Am I doing that? Find all references. And I guess don't show them to me. That's not what I wanted. Find all references? That's what I wanted. There we go. Yeah, the only thing I'm doing is checking the Q limit. Why is it automatically resetting itself back to 0? This is 5 here. Save. Zero. So something about this editor is resetting it, I guess. It's refreshing it. I told it to set it to itself, though. So if I update that to 5, it should update this field to be 5. The field gets updated to 5, sorry, the field would be the actual object in the UI. So the field would get updated, and then it should update itself to the same value internally. So then every time that the inspector gets refreshed, it should always be referencing the target script's value, which should be 5. Unity script editor script overriding value. It resets parameter values when set with an editor script on play. There we go. Oh, okay, one day I'll get this. There we go. I'm in fact missing some sort of apply change function. Draw default inspector. Do I actually have that? I think I do. Kind of. How old is this answer? Wait a minute. 2021. It's not terribly old, I guess. Serialized object dot apply modified properties. So I need to force it to update itself, I guess. Serialized object apply modified properties. Okay. I'm not doing that, so that kind of makes sense. Do I need to do that at the beginning too, maybe? Serialized subject dot update. I gotta say, I had a, I went to Chipotle during the game jam. I really want queso again, but it's so expensive. Although it does give me an excuse to go ride my bike, but exercising for the reward of food is never a good idea. Speaking of food, last time I ate was 11 o'clock. Actually, I think the last time I technically ate was like 10:30. Might do me good to go get a little bite to eat real quick. I know tonight I've got to make some actual food. I've got some pinto beans with my name on them. And some buttery noodles that I'm going to eat. I love the lemon butter sauce. It's so good. I added cracked pepper to it as well. Lemon pepper is one of my favorite tastes. It's one of my favorite accents to put on things. Even more so if it comes with butter. Who doesn't like butter? Okay, I mean, I guess lactose intolerance is maybe an easy thing to point out for that one. Returns true if any pending property changes were applied to the target object of the serialized object. I need to go look up these functions that they mention in here. We have serialized object update. During the game jam, I just went and cooked while I was working. It seemed to work out there. I wonder if it'll work out for these. I could just like go make some noodles and come back. Set some timers for things so I can work in between the cooking. It's not that big of a concern. I know about how long things take for it. The roux is where things go a little wrong sometimes. I made the roux. I made the roux correct last time, but I didn't add enough water. I made too much roux for the amount of water that I had. And before that, I didn't add any water. I just ate roux. I ate an overcooked roux. It was gross. I also didn't realize that they need to be kind of low in temperature. I think it's either you add you're supposed to add a cold roux to hot water or a cold water to a hot roux. Or something like that. A warm roux. Serialized objects constructed the target objects. Serialized. Yeah, okay. Update. Calling update will discard any locally modified properties that have not yet been applied. Okay. Apply modified properties. So this I think I need to apply it at the beginning then? I think I needed to do that. That's not Unity. But this is. Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. Apply modified properties. Damn it. Each instance of a serialized object contains a serialized representation of its target objects. Changes applied via the serialized property API are not reflected back to the target objects until this method is called. Oh. Wait, so that appears after then. Oh, yeah, they did it right here, actually. Oh, not scriptable. Sorry. Serialized. Serialized. I've done this once before, but it's also been a while since I've made a custom editor script. I'm accidentally knocking out my own information with it. It just doesn't ever get filled. Oops. Alright, let's try this once more. One more again. What am I doing wrong? update serialized objects representation. This is their representation in the inspector, I think, correct? Turns true if any pending property changes were applied to the... Ah, the gods have spoken. Let me update my rules for my Discord real quick. Alright, there we go. That's been updated. The Zoob is zoopin'. Zooby. Be zoopin'. Oh boy. That was a mistake. I said Zoob so much I typed Zoob into my search bar. That's not what I wanted to do. Alright, back to business. The focus has returned. If I can figure this editor thing out, then I'll go reward myself with some food, maybe. I get to eat finally. Excuse me. Wait, oh, that's bad posture. Don't let me do that. Looks very similar. Wait, they apply the serialized property. Here. Okay, so update first, do the thing, and then apply. Did they define these values in the inspector? My eyes, it's better than mixing direct accesses from editor script and manually mark things dirty, rather than go through serialized property and let the inspector handle it. Somebody marking things as dirty. Oh, that was a suggestion above, I see. update loads the actual values into the serialized property. So this isn't happening for some reason, despite it being there. Maybe it's because I haven't technically serialized it. Okay, so I can store the information in on-enable. In on-enable. Serialized. Serialized. Property. That was it, right? Yeah. Cube limit. Why are you like this? Q limit. Serialized object of find property. Property path. OBJID. Just to assume that this is affecting the object that it's on directly. I wonder what path that means. What would I need to make the path more than just its own value? Do, 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 do. Did they do anything like that in here? Just have them make a new scriptable object. Oh, they do make serialized properties. They do set one here. M underscore field. What do they do here? Where does OBJID come from? OBJID doesn't seem like it's ever talked about. S.OBJID. Okay. Okay, so this is the property that's inside of the actual main class then. I wonder if I can... I don't think I can get access to that. I don't like doing these things through strings, because that kind of sucks, but that also means... that if I ever update the name of this thing, it's not going to change anything. Wait, I'm not even using the property. Hold on. Do they use the property? Yeah, they do. Okay. Can I not set it directly to the field? Why do I have to do find property? Hold on. What a serialized object. Serialized object dot find property. Find a serialized property by name. Okay. Not very helpful, but okay. Whoa, 1 second. Sorry about that. I'm back. Interesting. I just used that specifically just to grab the property itself. Why? Do I have to get it as a serialized property? I mean, it is serialized. We know that it's serialized. That's not how you... I must have pressed S. SD. No, never mind. Okay, it really doesn't like that. Operator must be used with a nullable type. Okay. Oh yeah, int is not nullable, I guess. But cast it. Really doesn't like that. Okay. So you're telling me that I can use a serialized property, but I can't use a serialized property? id.int value. Oh, I see. So I'd have to... Oh, fuck off! Int value. Really? No? Cannot implicitly convert type int to serialized property. Why are you trying to do it the other way around now? Huh? What? What? What have you done? Okay, Jesus. Okay. Oh. I understand. That's what happened. Okay. Wow, wow, wow. I didn't change anything. There's no way to test that if I don't change something. Hey, it stuck around this time. Right, use Q is true. Alright, go inside of that, please. Bang, 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 bang. Error. No renderer is attached to player detection zone. Oh. Wait, that's for the... No renderer being attached to the player detection zone is going to... Why is it getting that from the task object? The task object is the one that's supposed to be recognizing these things. Did I tell it to get its parents? I don't think I did. Pretty sure the task object should have its own player detection zone that it has access to. No, I know where that's at. God, I just wanted to click it once. No renderer is attached to player detection zone. Isn't this player detection zone? What? But, huh? Oh, it's probably this. Let's try that instead. Oh, I have to stop. Stop. Wonderful. Okay, well, it looks like it's still there. We got a little bit of a problem, though. Oh, it's over here. Ah. What is it? Huh? I thought it said it was a relative position. That's not relative at all. I told it it was a relative position of 0, 0, 0 to its parent. Huh? Yeah, everything's over there. 0, 0, 0 should be there, but it's not. It's apparently in the middle. It's at world 0, 0, 0. So it's not relative. So it's just named the wrong thing then, I guess. Interesting. Am I still playing? No. Good. Let's say relative, right? Sorry, it does say relative, right? Sorry. It does say relative, right? Oh, I said it was the relative position. Why, YouTube? Why are you like this? Why can't you just play the music? I've named it the wrong thing. We're just gonna call it position. Oh, I didn't rename it. Alright, now everything should be in order and I can go reward myself with a good bit of a bite to eat tonight. I could make pizza, I guess, technically. Whoa, look at it go. Why is it doing that? Who knows? The colliders are off, so it shouldn't. It's not using physics, so it shouldn't. Where is the donut, actually? Oh, the donut's currently under the player. Alright, so what happened here? Ah, the collider is still on, despite I should have had it and it be off. Git component in parent. Because the mesh collider is exactly the thing that I didn't want to be on. It looks like a tire. Still on? Why still on? Did I save? Yes? Mesh collider's off. The mesh collider's still on, rather. Yeah, there you go. Now you've got it. Why are you like this? 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 Oh, why? Whew. That took way too long. Maybe I need to debug this again and see what it's actually getting. Because it appears to not be the thing that it should be. Right now it's no. Why is it player detection zone? Why is your parent player detection zone? It isn't. That's incorrect. Why is the parent the player detection zone? Getting the renderer in the parent wasn't a problem, but getting the collider in the parent is? What? But why? Our thing is here, our script is here. This is the parent. That's your collider. This is not the collider of your parent. This is your collider. Which isn't being said here. So what the hell is happening? Why is this attacking the wrong object when it's doing it fine one line above it? Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to minimize the whole thing. I wanted to swap to Unity, but I didn't want to minimize it. I bought mushrooms. Oh, Tasting History released a video recently for like a honey glazed mushroom. I really want to try it. I bought mushrooms for pizza. However, I have honey. I could fry myself. I don't have most of the other things that he used for the video, but I have honey. It was a historical recipe, so it's got a bunch of herbs and stuff in it that I don't own. I don't understand why this isn't working. This should absolutely be working. Get component in parent. Getting component on. Not working. Not walking, sorry. Trying to set up a radius that causes the parent collider to turn off. I'm assuming you have a parent collider and a child with the collider as well. The child is triggering. The possible check is to assign the collider to a variable when you enter. See if that works. Assuming your on trigger enters. Working since it sounds like it's being turned off. It was finding the collider on itself and stopping when I changed the enabled to false. What? It wasn't going up the chain to the parent, rather just turning itself off. Instead, now I have it going up a layer to a script on the parent object, which is, but that's what the function's supposed to do anyway. So why? Also, could you please post the code, maybe? But why did it work, and how? Why does this not get the parent? Why does that get the current object? That doesn't make any sense. Returns self. That's probably close enough to what I'm using. Apparently it's a bug. In 2021, at least. Setup of the prefab is like this. This is parent. The game object with child in it. It also has a box collider, but this one is only one. This one is only a trigger. I'm calling get component and parent. Doesn't return the collider, but the collider on itself. Yeah, that's a problem. That is my problem. Yes. Okay, so I can just go get the... We can do it that way. It's very odd that it doesn't work like this. It must be trying to find the first instance of something up, and because my collider is above... I don't know why it's checking this current object that I'm on, but because the collider is above in the hierarchy, technically, it's looking up and it finds collider and it says, okay, well obviously this is the collider of my parent because it's the first collider I ran into, when it isn't. Although if that's the case, why isn't get component and parent for the renderer not grabbing the interaction instruction renderer? Because that's above it in the hierarchy technically. They're on the same level, but if you laid everything out in a big text document, it would just go straight up and hit that. But it doesn't, which is strange that it's doing it here. And so far it seems to just be colliders as far as I can tell. So as far as I've seen in the results. Well, I guess I did just search for collider. Or no I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't search for collider. I just searched for get component and parent. Maybe it's fixed in a later version that I don't have yet. Who knows? Me? Waiting for the compilation. Compile. Give me the thing that I need to see. Please tell me what it is. Please don't be the thing that I think it's going to be. Oh, thank goodness. It's correct. Okay, stop. I don't need to see this many. I just needed one. One's fine. One is good, one is cool, one is normal. Yay. And now the station doesn't fly away. Thank you. Fuck. That took a lot of doing just to... Oh, now you don't want to fly away? There you go. Okay. I think maybe I earned a little bit of food in my body now. I think I'm going to take a break to go cook some dinner. I've got limited time today because today's Wednesday. Oh, you know what? I should actually double check that. I think I have limited time today because today's Wednesday, but maybe, just maybe, things have changed without my knowledge. Oh, wow. Yeah, so I'm going to do a thing that I did. I don't know how well it's going to work. Oh, ads are starting soon anyway. I'll still be active and around talking and paying attention to chat and whatnot, but I will occasionally be muting my mic to avoid harsh sounds like the rattling of tinfoil, etc., etc. And occasionally I'll pop back to my chair as well. But for the most part, I will be trying to handle the cookery while I have the ability to. I'm going to handle the cooking until the cooking is done. So people can still say hi, people can still, etc., whatever they want to do. And I won't just be ignoring chat. I'll be ignoring chat on purpose. There's a difference. And then I'll also be full of food. If I was slightly smarter in my setup, I probably would have figured out a way to either have a second camera or bring the camera with me. Because I know people like cooking. There's a whole category for it. Oh, I need to move for this. There we go. I've been liking these noodles. I've been specifically liking the amount of butter that I get to eat with them. And beans. Who doesn't love a good bean? Somebody probably. Day. Maybe I'll make my own noodles. I've been trying to do that actually with I've been thinking about doing that rather with a lot of things. Just pasta in general. Pasta, making some ramen. Ramen noodles sound like a good idea. Spetzel. Even that. I need to salt my water. When I get back, I'll be able to implement the retrieval of things. Currently, the withdrawal doesn't work. But the deposit seems to. I hope that it is... Actually, I should probably try to store up to its object limit too. Make sure that's working first. Before I go getting any funny ideas. Keep the BRB up. Actually, I forgot to turn the BRB on. That was one of my original ideas. Oh, that's the wrong burner that I've turned on with CDs. Oopsie poopsie. I'm not so sure that this was the best idea to do during one of these streams. I feel like it made more sense during the game jam. Because I was probably going to be online for 12 hours. I don't know, it kind of feels a little cheap doing it for this. It's a lot less dev time, although standing up and stretching my legs is nice. I can't complain too much about this. Plus, I need to put my pancakes away. They've been cooling on the counter. One thing I realized I haven't really ever been in the habit of is watching my own content. Like, I haven't watched back a stream that I've done. Which, I mean, I guess that's kind of whatever, but it also carries the possibility that if I do watch a stream back, I could sort of improve how I handle certain aspects of them. I'd know better what my mic picks up around me. I'd know better how I sound doing certain things to know whether it's absolutely annoying or not. That's one thing that I have a slight concern about, is that I annoy people. I'll do it. Don't tell me I won't, I'll do it. I told you I'd shoot, but you didn't believe me. Why didn't you believe me? Maybe I should add less flour to my roux this time, too. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't turn on the stream idle. It's gonna be a second before I get back. I should have done that. Blast. Fired again. I mean, I guess I still can. I am just waiting for noodles to boil. Well, I am also actively working on a roux right now, though. Maybe I'll wait until that starts cooling before I go do this. Wait, where's my strainer? I need my... I need my flour sifter. I know that there's a way that I can probably get programming. I don't find, and well, rather, I think I understand that a lot of people don't see programming and game development as interesting as just like artwork. Because I watch the art category, for the most part. Oh, I don't watch people game dev. I understand it. The pretty pictures are better to look at a lot of the time. programming is a wall of text. I get it. I get tired of looking at it sometimes too. But there's gotta be a way. I'm trying to think of one at least that I can make it as interesting. Maybe I'm not the person to do it. But there's gotta be a way to make it visually appealing somehow. Maybe I just need to get faster at it. I'm sure that would be a good improvement in general. It's hard to do when you're learning things, though. It's a lot that I don't know, and I've got to take my time trying to get used to them. Just joining in, I am currently away from the computer. It is just sort of sitting there doing computing things. I am in the middle of cooking a dinner so that I'll have something to eat before I have to leave in an hour from the Strimmy Stram. Nothing super fancy for dinner. Budgets are budgets. Although flour is cheap. So a good sauce is in the budget. I bought a bag of noodles called Spätzle. Probably about a month ago at this point. They're dried egg noodles, basically. And I've just been occasionally I'll pull them out and I'll mix up a lemon butter sauce. I used to make it with heavy whipping cream so that it was extra unhealthy, but recently I've been using flour. One of my buddies suggested, I think it was Hunter actually, suggested that I make a roux. And so I'm doing that. And just pretty much adding it to water, so it ends up being butter. It's a good thickener. It's really nice. Feel free to leave. Alright, now the roux needs to calm down. All these vibrating molecules inside of it. When I get some time, I'll make an actual pizza again. I've got sauce. I bought new sauce and I bought new salami for the pizza. I don't, however, have mozzarella, which was it's a big there's a big thing that I like on pizzas is a mozzarella. Oh, actually, I think this is cooked. Holy shit. Mike's back online. Mike is back online. I'll have to raid back into Micah. Oh, YouTube. You stupid software. Why are you like this? Why do you hate me so much, YouTube? Aboo. Come here, you. Stop not doing the correct thing. Oh, Butster's online too. Wow. Everybody's streaming today. Gotta get my stream ready. My colander, I think, is what it is called. I don't know who Colin is. Wait, that's one I haven't done, colander. I hardly know her. Maybe if I keep stirring this, it'll cool down a little bit. I've still got to add the beans. Oh, yeah. I guess this is more of a just chatting segment, really, than it is programming. Maybe I should change the category for this. Does it matter? I don't know. Somebody will come here for programming. And I won't be programming. How dare. How dare you not know what I'm doing? Really should have seen this coming, honestly. Is that gaslighting? That might be gaslighting. Oh, cooking thoughts. Why do you do this to me? You guys ever get in that weird headspace, like where you're... I think like, I do it when I'm driving long distances too. Just start thinking about things. Shower thoughts, I guess. Oh yeah, these are done. There we go, sorry about that. I need to hide my viewers more often. I keep glancing at it, despite my knowledge that it is basically zero. I'd rather talk to myself, not knowing if anyone's there, than know I'm talking to myself. You feel me? This might be the last of my beans that I'm going to be using. I'll have to cook some more. I use dried beans for the most part. They keep longer. And they're cheaper than frozen. And they also have less salt. Should be done with this in the next like 10 minutes or so. I don't foresee this taking very much longer. I guess it all depends maybe on how long it takes the Raux to calm down. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry about that. Shocking development occurring. Time for beans. Have you ever wanted to heat something up and then cool it down? Beans. There you go. You gotta heat the colds and then cool the heats and then heat the cold. You gotta wet the dries and then dry the wets. This probably needs to be down to like a medium. We're gonna simmer that. I think this might be able to come off now. Keep removing the roux and then putting it back on. I'm like, well, maybe it's not done yet. Removing. Why are puns the only thing that I know? I guess they're easy, that's why. They're fun. Shouldn't take too long to get back into the swing of things once I actually have the meal ready to go. I will most likely be working and occasionally muting. I'm out of range of my own computer. There we go, I'm back. I always forget that my kitchen is very far away. It's probably the furthest that I can be away from my computer, actually. Quite a long distance. I don't like to be away from my computer for very long. The term chronically online. Guilty. I have the desire to go outside at the very least. I am online a lot. Matter of fact, I kind of have to be a lot of the times because that's where my repos are. I think chronically online specifically refers to like social medias though, rather than things actually for work. What? Apparently it's one of my old coworkers' birthdays today. Why does Google Calendar automatically try to set something up as an email? I never want to set up a calendar reminder as an email. Do people do that? Is that a thing that people like to do? That's awful. I feel so sorry for them. Well, the good news is that I can kill myself with work tonight. There's no D&D. I've seen a lot of like I guess YouTube's the most part of it. I've seen a lot of like YouTube videos where they put the automatic captions. Actually, maybe I assume they're not auto-generated. They put the captions over their speech, and people have been like marking out the word "kill," and they've been saying "unalive" instead. Is that just like a trend that people are on right now, or is that's got to be an algorithm thing, right? I don't know why so many people would be doing it so fervently if it wasn't an algorithm thing. That's my only thoughts on that. Does Twitch do that too? Do I have to worry about it? Am I paranoid? Yes. Am I right? I don't know. I didn't read the contract. I did actually, but it's been so long, they've probably changed it. To be honest, I don't have a lawyer. I don't have enough of a standing, enough of a hold in Twitch to need a lawyer yet. If I can get some sort of self-employment working, though, maybe I can. I probably have a lawyer and a tax man or something along those lines. 'Cause I would not be ready to do any of that myself. I do my own taxes, but I don't do business taxes. Don't know how those work. I guess I did do my own taxes, like, manually. I used to go get those, hey, look, the prophecy of my rules have been foretold. I used to actually go print off the pages and fill things out manually and mail them in. But I have since gotten one of the online programs. Most of the time I can file for free with one of them, but occasionally it asks me to pay now, so I'm starting to fall less and less in love with it. I'm starting to fall out of love with it, I guess, particularly. It was nice when I didn't have to pay them any money. Well, I said next 10 minutes, so maybe I give it a go, huh? Warm to warm? Is this hot or warm? That might be hot. Let's find out. I might... That's a lot of water. I might have to boil that off. It's a lot more water than I thought it was going to be. I think this sauce is less sauce and more soup. Well, that's a shame. I tried about the same amount of water I put in it last time. Maybe the noodles soak up more water than I was expecting them to. Maybe add the noodles to these and see if it changes anything. It'll be a nice little boil down, though. I also need my beans in here. They need to start heating up. The saucepan is overflowing, boy. Boy. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to let this simmer for a while, I think. That's way too much water that I've added to that. A shame. But there's no lemon in here yet. Let's fix that. Maybe I should add that towards the end. Oh wait, and add that towards the end. This is the same amount of roux that I used, and I thought it was the same amount of water that I used last time, but apparently it's too much water. Let's set a timer for 8 minutes. I'll come back and see if I can do a few things while I'm waiting for it to cool, or while I'm waiting for it to boil off a little bit. Come give it a stir occasionally and see what happens. Hey, I just got back. Wait for those ads. I swear. Boy, I tell you what. Those advertisements. Oh. Hold on, I'm bad at my job. feel like show should be above hide in hierarchy. The hierarchy of text. The text persuasions. Let's hide that. I usually wait for that. It's supposed to trigger automatically after, when there's a minute before ads happen. I have a 1 minute warning. For 1 minute of ads. Twitch has this thing going on where it's like, if you set it... I originally had my ads set for a minute 30 every 30 minutes. Which apparently that's a thing that Twitch is paying increased revenue for. But it's like pennies. Ads don't give anything, basically. To me, if I had a higher audience, maybe, but they don't give anything to me right now. I don't care about them. There's something. They do something, but they don't do much. I mostly have to subscribers. Which I do need to make more emotes for, actually. Occasionally, I'll break out the tablet and make an emote, but honestly, I should probably pay. I've said this 1,000 times that I should pay somebody to make me emotes. I never do. I forget that I can pay people to do things for me. Will I need a parent for this? I think... parent will be world. Does this have an auto... No, it doesn't. What do I give it the root? I'm so used to Godot now, jeez. Oh, no, I do want to use the change parent. Change object parent. That handles a bunch of things for me. It, like, automatically sets its rotation and everything. I need to take more frequent breaks. I feel like I'm looking at, like, I feel like I just woke up and I'm looking at this again. I've been going cross-eyed for staring at this for 2 hours, 3 hours straight. Then I just get up and walk away. You can go stay home tonight. Get up and walk away. Unity world as parent. How to set parent to scene. That's a video. I really don't want to watch that. I was hoping that you could give it to me in text. Oh, can I just do set parent? Does this do set parent? Oh, it does do set parent. Good, good, good. Unity world object. World transform? You know, I don't think I've ever specifically set anything to be the world. Or to be in, like, not have its parents. Oh, you know what? I probably just set its parent to no. Hold on, wait. Don't I have that as an... No, I don't. Oh, my timer's almost done. I should go check for my food. Give me one moment. Oh, the ads are starting anyway. This will be perfect timing. I mean, I'll still be talking. Don't get me wrong. But you can't stop me from talking. Oh, that's a bit more boilier than I thought it was going to be. I need that to simmer. We can fix this. I've made a soup. Are you proud of me, Internet? I've made a terrible... bean and egg noodle and butter soup. Apparently I need more flour in my roux. Or less water in my roux. Set it for another 8 minutes. And we'll check it again. This is gonna be a long process, I feel. I think I need to slow cook it at this point to get rid of it. A shame, really. I was hoping to eat sooner. But I don't have the prospect of D&D tonight anymore. So it's just me and some code. And a terrible sleep schedule that I've forced myself into. I keep saying my streams are supposed to start at 9, but I never start them at 9. They always start at 10 or 11. Hey. Oh wait, hey, do I need to set this if I'm doing... I think I can just do that. I think I can get rid of that. You know what? I'll add a space. Move to position. Hide position specifically for where they're going to be hidden at. Move to position is where I need them to show up when I reveal them. Teru. Turn kinematic on last because it's the odd one out of the bunch in terms of falses to trues. Bow, bow, bow. Where are the two of these? Whittling things down here. Wow, look at that, they're smaller now. I'll also give it a possibility to pass through a parent. Pop up, 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 up. I don't want it to just pass in no, though. I would, if I could keep them in the same order, I would do a no here, but I have to have that be at the end of the list here. I mean, I guess I could always move to position is equal to vector dot. No, I'd have to have this be null. Then I can make this nullable. And then I have to say if move position equal to null position. Oh, move to position. Sorry. Move to position is equal to null. Move to position is equal to transform dot position. Bow, bow, bow. And then I'll just have to cast it as a vector 3. I always get confused on when I should use an as. Let me go give the noodles a look again. Maybe I should set my timer for 5 minutes. That appears to be the actual cadence in which I go check it. Give it a little stir every now and then. Make sure it's not sticking and like gross. I might have needed to cook the roux a little more, thicken it up a bit more, you know? Then it would be super absorbent with all the water. It looked like it was pretty well done. It was a nice color. I guess I don't know how aromatic it was though, you know? Maybe you know. Am I making sense? Somebody tell me. I need to probably, I've been thinking about it, I need to probably tell the people that I've been running into on Uru that I'm just a visitor, like I don't plan on sticking around for too long, because I've realized that they're probably all very excited that there's a new person online, and I'm going to be coming around semi-regularly. But I don't want them to think that I'm going to be on semi-regularly all the time. I feel like that would be a betrayal of trust. Because once I'm done with the custom worlds in Uru, I'll still have the account and whatnot. I can stick around occasionally, come back in, say hi to people, but I don't think I'm going to make it an all the time thing. I've got some things here. Where's my you? If we're withdrawing an item, I don't want to instantiate one, but I want to show task object on position Spawn rotation. Wait, spawn rotation. Well, I mean, I guess so. I should also do, well, no, I don't need to do a transform for that. I gotta do transform dot position here. But oh, that must have been a sound of the song. I thought I heard something fall. Nothing big, just something. I don't ever give it a spawn rotation, do I? Okay, well, never mind. We'll remove the rotation then, I guess. That rotation you're carrying? Get rid of it. Why doesn't it like this? Oh. Because that's a parent, not a position that I'm asking for there. Pause. Okay, or don't pause. That's also fine. The functionality that you're carrying, get rid of it. I don't need you. And I don't need you. And that'll tell me what else I don't need, which is you. My brother in Christ. God damn it, YouTube. Hey! Look at me. Look at me storing things in the trash can. I'm suction cup, man. Look at me go. 1, 2, 3. That's a converter. 4, 5. And then it should return. It should say, oops, nope, can't do nothing. Uh-oh. One, two. That's 5 objects. I appear to have a problem now. Okay, hold on. Why am I checking use queue here? It's a weird backup check. And more importantly, I should be checking to see if the count up here, stop, is greater than or equal to this, then return. It should only ever be equal, but you know. Otherwise, then it can do this. Oh, then it will return false specifically. There we go. Much smaller, much nicer. Look how concise that all is now. So we attempt to store it. If the queue is too full, we say no. Can't do that. I don't understand exactly why it let me... why it marked the thing as removed? Oh, you know what? The player might just do that. I might be returning the wrong object type. Player interaction type. I think I'm still returning that it is a station interaction rather than saying, oh, it's just done. It's just null. It's none. Oh, we're starting to thicken up a little bit. Things are starting to look right. I just need to let it simmer for a little bit longer. The sauce is looking saucy. It's looking more like sauce anyway. Let's see here. This player interaction. Yes, station take. It always returns station take, even if it can't. On-player interaction is a part of the consumer component. So I should be able to test if it's true, yeah. But it's using iInteractive, right? Oh, no, it's not. Wait, what? What's using iInteractive? Where is iInteractive? Why is that script not up here? There you are.
You, what's using you? Tell me your secrets.
It's in station. Public abstract. Oh. Abstract. Well, these have to return. I mean, that makes sense for these to have to return object interactions. Do these have to return object? Here, you know, I guess the simplest way to figure that out is going to be this. Wow, I can one-line that? I don't particularly care for that. You know, I put this branch out as making the task object scriptable, but I probably should have made it, making the, I'll do it. I might get rid of that command. I don't think anyone ever uses it. That should do. Oh, this won't work out. Wow, that was really laggy. I don't know why that did that. You know, having these things return a boolean of whether it actually succeeded with the interaction or not might be a good idea. Because then I can do things like this. Boopity bop. Boopity bop. Alright, we'll give this a little test. A little testify. If Unity will comply with my interaction. Ta-die. Uru. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6 objects. Perfect. We've done it, boys. We've made a trash can. You can put things into and get things out of. Ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. We've made the storage object. We've consolidated it into the consumers. Done is done is done. Noodle check. I guess this is really a sauce check more than it is a noodle check. Ooh, skibbity bop. Ooh, skibbity bop. So funny. Still a little waterier than I'd like it to be. I've apparently thrown it over the edge again as well. I'd rather have it cooked down so I can get all the nutrients anyway. I don't like wasting water. Although I do hate wasting electricity too. I'm cheap. Kind of. What is this? Okay. Alright, that was an interesting video. I just got sent by a friend. Sorry about that. Right. I'm gonna make a branch based off a branch. I know it's a terrible idea, but I'm gonna branch this thing out, and I'm going to call it consumer update. And I need to get rid of the... I don't want to do the scriptable object for the task objects just yet, but I do want to do... I've already stored those as a component, haven't I? Yeah, we don't want that right now. I'm going to need to rethink the scriptable object thing. Oh! Is it raining? Oh, not yet, but it's about to. Oh, it's about to. Yeah, it's really dark out there. My camera will come back on at some point once I decide to do that. Question mark. Yoma. Now you'll never know which monitor I'm looking at, except for that I'm usually... my cursor follows my vision. Have anything else dealing with that? I think it was just those. Oh. I stand corrected. If only. Need a back brace or something for that. I sit around too much to do that. No. 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 Nope. Nope. Oh, wait, maybe. Maybe that one. Oh, no, not that one. Never mind. Play it movement. Oh, I got rid of the peds. I got rid of the pids. Yeah, I don't need the pids. Yeah, that can go. That's fine. Updated consumer. I think, oh, I remember. I was struggling with the difference between a consumer that could be a storage device and a consumer producer hybrid, I think. I think I was concerned that it would be inefficient if I combined consumer and storage into one instead of making it a consumer producer hybrid. I don't really care, I think, at this point. I just kind of want it to do the thing. I think it'd be neat if I could, but maybe I don't have to worry too much about that. 'Cause, I mean, the current functionality works. It might be getting a bit spaghetti, maybe. I don't know. I'm not looking at this from the outside. I can't really tell. Also, this is kind of one of the bigger things that I've made in terms of its final scope, not its current progress. Oh, there's the rain. The rain is hitting hard. I don't know how audible it is to this mic. I think this mic is actually doing a pretty good job of keeping it out. Oh, hold on. I actually need to go check the noodles again. I need to go give them a stir before they stick to the bottom of the pan. I've also got it's starting to get a skin at the top now, which means it's getting closer and closer and closer and closer and closer. If I can get it to a point where I'm happy with it as a sauce, then I might actually have too much sauce and I'll stop it. So then I can just make noodles and pour the sauce over top of those. That would be living. I'll have so much fat in my system. It will be glorious. Could be thicker. More thick. More thick. Okay, so I've updated the consumer. Functionality. Functionality. Wow. Allow for storage. It does, the more that I think about it, it does sound like separate functionality from the consumer class, though. It sounds like consumer should just delete, and I should split this off into one called storage. But I at least want to get it in here. Maybe I can still commit it as is. I think for right now, in its working state. And then I can potentially section it out. I can potentially take it and move it into its own script. Oh, I don't have any water to heat my tea up with. It's so cold. Boom, ba-boom, boom, ba-boom, boom. Do anything else? Oh, I fixed the problem with the editor. Not saving inspector values. Hopefully my power doesn't go out. I will... Wait, no, this isn't how that works anymore. Oh, I didn't save it, that's why. There we go. Sure! Oh, I have to give it a summary. Is that really every hour, or is that still happening over 30 minutes? $15, $30. It's still happening every 30 minutes, I think. Stop. Yeah, because if this is the halfway point, that's about the same distance as from here to here. Yeah, I think it's still happening every 30 minutes, but it has reduced itself, maybe? Hold on, how long does it say that the ads are going for? Does it actually say a minute? Let's say 1 minute. Of course, this thing has been wrong before. There's the implemented function storage. Storage functionality. Bumped up personality. Oh. Stop. Should I separate it out? Should I not? Should I separate it out? Should I not? I can get rid of this, actually. Sorry about that. Distracted again. Let me go do the stir of the pot again to undistract. Somebody, I was watching a video of an animation. I believe it's called Playground. I think it's a series that someone's trying to start that's got some really interesting horror elements to it. Junji Ito, kinda. It's very... Well, I guess Playground's not Junji Ito, sorry. There was another one that was kind of like Playground that was Junji Ito style. That's the one that I was watching. Sorry. Twists and turns. This thing's practically swimming in it. It's unfortunate that all of the recipes that I found for like actually making this sauce is for roux in general is just like put it in the water. But how much water goes to how much roux? Who knows? Depends on how you make the roux, I guess. I'm no chemist, but I know how to follow instructions at least. Should I get given them? Baking is sort of chemistry. Cooking is sort of chemistry. Though I think it's mostly physical reactions with cooking. Mostly. Mostly. We'll let that sit for another probably like 10 minutes-ish. I'll check it again in a second. Give it another look-see. It might be best to clear my head here. I could work for more. This is actually past the time when I normally would get off on Wednesday. Excuse me, sorry. This is past the time when I would normally get off, just because tonight's usually D&D night, but we don't have D&D tonight. So I could go longer. But I'm also reaching that brain fog point. I know I started late, so I should probably go late, but I'm also sort of easing myself back into Unity today, after spending an entire week, 80 hours on Godot. So maybe I'll call it here for the night. Oh, hi, Tom. What am I doing? In general, or with my... Oh, right. You haven't seen this yet, have you? So I've been, aside from the Godot project that I was working on, I've been working on this, which is a little prototype that I was interested in trying to figure out. It's based on another game jam that Michael and I did. We attempted one, we didn't really like attempt the actual game jam, but we just sort of took the theme for it and we decided to try to run with it. So this one it's based off of little stations. I'm thinking that I might be able to make it like a multiplayer sort of game. Sort of party game a la Overcooked. Currently it's all white box though. Everything's gray box. There's no like lighting correctly set up anywhere. I've got the lighting set directly above the player so that I can see where they're at spatially. So it's a character controller that's physics based at the moment. That was the first thing that I wanted to try with this. And this is based off of the floating capsule character controller that you'll see in the Very Very Valet video. But you can pick up objects. They've got these things called task objects. Pick them up, throw them around. The idea is going to be you're supposed to be working with your team to complete a certain task by utilizing the stations. But things are gonna get very physics. Things are going to get very physics. That's it. That's the plan, is to have things get very physics. I want people running into each other and falling over and knocking things out of each other's hands, and if you can, I'm gonna try to make it so that you can carry a bunch of things, and if you carry too many things and you move too fast, then it's like it all like falls off. But right now the stations, well, that one's going to shoot a breadstick underground currently. This one is what I was working on today. This is a storage object, basically. So I can put things in it and take them out later. Have you ever played Overcooked? Or seen Overcooked? Or played up? You've played it? Yeah. It's kind of a similar idea. Things are just getting shoved out of the way. I kind of like the stations being this malleable. But really? Oh. Get in there, you. Uh-oh, did I break picking things up? Oh no, that's a... That's right, I forgot I made the model for that, one of the stations. Not a fan of those games, that's kind of what I figured it would be like a silly idea. I think those games are fun with friends, and if you're not taking it too seriously, then it can be fun. But if you're like trying to get the tasks done and trying to like hardcore, really sweaty it or whatever, I don't think that'd be very fun that way. So that's kind of the approach that I'm taking to this. It's just like, if I think it would be funny to see happen, funny ragdoll is always a good option for things. I find funny ragdoll is good for many situations. I don't think I've got the knowledge to specifically put in ragdolls, but maybe I can figure it out. I'm potentially going to get this to a point where it's like a 1.0 release, and then I can be like, oh, well, here's the second one. It's better, and I've improved the ragdoll. But I've also got to get it to a point where it's sort of functional in a way that I'm satisfied with before I do that. Oh. Everything right now is very context heavy on what you do to it. Funny ragdoll is funny, I agree. So it's gonna have a theme that isn't you know, like a red tic tac running around. I've got a plan for it to some degree, but it's not super fleshed out yet. When is your last game? Sure. I'd be happy to. Card game very short? Sure, I can give it a shot. I might have to walk away for a second every now and then. I'm currently reducing a sauce that I made. Actually, it might be done now. I'm currently reducing a sauce that I made for my dinner. I've been doing that for the past hour, off and on. I don't think I should have to get up in the middle of it, but I'm also thinking I might end stream soon, just because I'm trying to ease myself back into Unity after a week of Godot. After 80 hours of Godot, I should probably say that instead of a week. A week sounds like a lot less time. Trying to remember what I was doing with my project. I ended up combining storage functionality with the functionality of what I've been calling consumer. I hardly know her. Yeah, so one of the stations are split up into currently 3 different types. There's a producer, a consumer, and a converter. The producers make things. That's like this one over here. This is all it does is make things. This one here that's underneath itself. This one here is a converter that I'm standing on. So it takes things and it will give you something else. This one is a consumer. And what it does, originally what it did was it just took something and it got rid of it. It was a trash can. You deleted the thing. And I still like that. but I've also implemented into it the ability to take things back out. You have to specify which one you want it to do. It can't do both, because it has to know whether it needs to store it or not. Like Factorio, kind of? Maybe. I'm gonna have to take your word on that one. I've never really played Factorio. But it's starting to seem to me that storage might be its own thing. Like, I might need to take the storage functionality of the consumer type and put it into its own class. It's oh, okay, I'm familiar with Satisfactory. Hot hands. Players start with 5 cards in their hands. Each turn they have to drop 2. They have 2 drops of water that can be used as energy to play cards. Each card has an energy cost and a set number for card attack. Set number for card health, and some cards even have abilities. Card abilities can allow the player to draw more cards. Why am I not showing this on screen? Did you stop by doing Satisfactory? Was a long time ago, man. Oof. I vaguely remember you stopping by for that, I think. I barely remember playing Satisfactory, to be honest. It was a long... We played it for a long time, but it was also a long time ago at this point. One card that the player starts with is a little blaze. The fire will slowly eat away at the lit card, somewhat obscuring it, so the player needs to remember the card's cost and abilities, eventually destroying it entirely. Fire can also spread to cards that are next to it. Oh boy. Fast decisions. You've already got a problem. Does it say cuckolding? Oh, click holding. It didn't unzip it. Why not? Come on, Windows. You can do it. I believe in you. Oh, that's why. I have good memory. You played it a lot. Fair enough. I did play it a lot. It was a long spell. I have games that I played for a really long time, and then I'm like, well, okay, I'm done with that now. I guess I should probably get a new one. And then I go play another game for a really long time. Am I attacking him? That's what he... Oh, that's his card. That's what he played. Gushing water. So I've got 2. It costs 2. This one doesn't cost any, but I also don't know what it does. This lets me draw a card. Add 1 attack power. Okay. I don't have any cards on the field yet, so maybe not that. I don't have anything like that. I don't have anything like that. Okay. So maybe... This thing has 5 attack power and 5 health. Fire escape. And Yeah, that one, actually. And then end my turn. Okay. Now when it's my turn again, it starts to eat away at them again. I want to draw a card. And I want to add 1 attack power to all cards on the field, but I don't have any. Lucky Monkey? Is that an attack card? I did some things. I don't have any cards. Okay. Well, I guess that one. Things are happening fast. I'm terrible at card games anyway, and now I... Flaming Tails does nothing. Hell yeah. Get him, Tails. Well, I guess I can't do anything with that one. I feel like the draw a card one's supposed to have gone away. Oh, it's in sequence. I can't have more than 3 cards, I guess, maybe. Oh, it's because it costs 2. We did not have time to make animations. It's more like if things are happening fast, and I usually like to take time to understand the things that are happening. So I mean, I guess I have to end my turn. Oh, there's his health. Okay, okay. So now we're even. So I have to add 1 attack, basically. That's pretty much all I can do. Oh, he's dead. I've killed him. Wait, he's still playing, though. I did it. I won. I'm gonna win better. I'll heal. And then I'll win. Burned victim. I think it's a little... So these cards aren't like... I was thinking it was kind of like a sort of a... I guess like a Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh style game where you had like a monster card and then an effect card that you were supposed to be trying to choose between, but I don't really notice much difference between them. So I assume that they all have the ability to attack or whatever. That seems to be the most likely scenario at the moment. The good news is I think my sauce is done. It's all thick. I boiled my soup down into noodles. They just have different stats. They're all monsters. Ah, okay, okay. It was my initial gut reaction to assume that was the case, but yeah, it does seem like they're all doing, and they attack left to right. I did notice the left to right after a while. Oh, they attack left to right. Sorry, I was actually thinking the opposite. I assume it might have said that in the site on the itch page, but I also didn't read it. I read part of it, but I didn't read it for very long. So he's starting out low. So we're gonna... Flowing Tears has 2 health, and this Turtle has 2 attack. Why are you burning? Stop burning. This guy's got, what, 8 health. This guy's got 6 attack. Oh, this guy's got... Never mind. Stop that. Oh, it costs 2. I want to draw a card. Int. Oh god, I'm dead. What the hell? He just decimated me. I'm dead. I'm dead. Can he attack my life points directly? Oof. Please heal me. Oh no! Oh, it's got me now. Yeah. That's what I thought. Can't attack direct. Yeah, yeah. After a few, the initial bout's a little confusing, but I think after I get into it a little bit, I understand kind of what's going on with it. It's a good idea. It's a fun game. I definitely think the UI would have been an improvement. More UI element. Or animation, rather. Things to draw your eye. I also, in our game, we didn't have enough UI eye drawing attention stuff. So it was kind of confusing what was happening for ours too. A couple people actually told us about that, which I'm glad. They're like, I had no idea what was happening, but it was cool. It's a cool game. It's like, well, oh, okay, the sauce has been reduced, but I need to season that. Jesus, that's bland. Oh, he's the only one who had access to the UI and everything, basically. Were you on a team for that? You were on a team. I was mainly focused on getting code working. I guess that's fair. Us too. Isn't that everyone's focus in a game jam? Just get it working, man. I need to salt the heck out of this. The animation and art's really good. I like the opponent. Sorry about that. I like your opponent. He's smoking. He's hot. Oh, that's my salt grinder. I need a pepper grinder. Oh, you send the card art. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I kind of wish they had a black pepper that was like slightly spicier than black pepper. Well, I say I kind of wish. They might. It might exist. I think it's fun just getting more cards, more animations. I think so too. Just having those things be in your game makes the game more fun. It's also like sound design. Don't skip on sound design. Sound does a lot for your game. Audio is very crucial to a feel of a game. It's all one cohesive recipe for successity. I think we have fire logs in the background. I didn't notice those. I don't think. I can take another look in a second. Once I get back to my seat. I'm currently standing over a saucepan. I didn't taste this. Let's hope it's good. You know, I might change my category to just chatting for a bit. I was thinking about ending soon, just because I'm dying here. But I could stick around for a second. Sound would be nice too. I don't play games with sound too much. I think it's usually on the back end of everyone's mind for game jams, because it's sort of something that is more like icing on the cake in terms of functionality, but in terms of if you're trying to get good game feel, it's very important. It's just as important as the functionality, I think. Your audiovisual experience is the same. It matters the same as the tightness of your controls. I can definitely say, you know, they matter in equal parts, because I have played during the last game jam. I played a game that it had good art, but its movement was lacking. It had good audio, good sound, good visuals, but its movement was lacking, and I couldn't play the game. Basically, because of that. I liked the art style, but I just couldn't play the game, so I gave up on it. And then there was another one that it was functionally pretty sound, but it was really simple, and it didn't have any audio. It was like bars. I managed gauges. That was the game. And it gave me text. It's like, okay, I could see myself playing a game like that, I guess, but... Oh, hold on. I'm gonna get rid of this before people think it's my game. I closed Firefox! Oops. I don't want to give false impressions that that's my game. No, this is my game. Look, impressive. Look at all the balls. But yeah, I mean, it's a good game jam game. I think your game is a good game jam game. That is a good product to have in the amount of time that you most likely had for that jam. How long was that one? Was that a week, or was that a weekend? See if I can get our hippin' hoppin' happening hippin' and happening tunes. Did you by any chance use Brachy's scriptable object tutorial for I was looking at this earlier today to decide whether I wanted to use scriptable objects for some of the task objects in the game. I was like, well then, very suspiciously similar. It's fine. Tutorials are okay to use. I've used tutorials for most of the stuff. Most people use tutorials just to, but they don't follow the tutorial to the letter. They usually like, okay, I'm stuck on this thing. Open up a tutorial, skip to the part that you need, and then go from there. Scriptable objects are amazing. If you do not use them, you are doing it wrong. I am attempting to use them. I need to remember how scriptable objects work. It's been like 5 months since I've had to use a scriptable object, so I'm trying to recall their information. I had only used them a handful of times before that too. Because the company that I was working for was working on a very old version of Unity for a while, so I didn't have scriptable objects. It was only after we upgraded finally. We begged them to upgrade, and they finally upgraded. And then we got scriptable objects. And man, they were amazing for what we were doing. Yeah, can you believe it? Scriptable objects are... the version that we were using was so old it didn't have scriptable objects. It was like Unity 3. Ask ChatGPT. I should actually ask ChatGPT. If I can get like a kind of human explanation for it, that would be nice for my understanding. 3.3 is what it is now. Is it? Did they change it to Unity 3? I thought it was like 6,000 or something right now. Yeah, it's Unity 6. That's the new one. 2022 3. Oh, you're using this one. Yeah. This one. Do you have the hub? Do you use the hub, Thomas? You're just using the LTS one. Yeah, okay. I wouldn't blame you, because I'm pretty sure this one... I'm pretty sure Unity 6, I think for all of these versions, they haven't applied their weird, you have to pay us for every download rule. But Unity 6, they did. I think they've applied it to this one. I'm not sure if they fully rescinded that, or if that's just going to be a going forward thing, or if they are being sneaky about it. What was it called? Unity pay per download. Runtime fee still exists, they just fixed it for initial engagement. Okay, you should be back. I shortened the ads and spread them out further because I hate them. And they give me like 16 cents. I would rather people subscribe, although I guess having ads is sometimes an incentive for people to subscribe, but I would rather people subscribe than have to be forced to watch a ton of ads. So they're only like a minute now, I think. Go. Well, they didn't mean right now. That's fine, I guess. Thank you, Tom. Thank you for your money. More people need to start using the Twitch Primes, honestly. I've got one guy that I've been subscribing. I've given him my Twitch Prime sub for like, I think it's like 4 years now. Maybe 3. Most people do. Most people don't realize that they have a Twitch Prime, honestly. Unless you're like on Twitch a lot, or you just know things about Amazon, I guess. A lot of people just have an Amazon Prime account, but they don't ever use Twitch, so they never know. They never know that they have the Twitch Prime because they've never thought to look for it. Switch between a bunch of friends. That's fair, that's fair. You switch between a bunch of friends and Prime? Like you give your Prime to a bunch of friends, or you're all sharing one account that has Prime? Or some other third thing. Okay, okay. That's kind of what I thought you meant. But yeah, according to this thread, apparently, well, this is 6 months ago, I guess. But yeah, the paper download is a thing with Unity 6 and up. So as long as you stay below Unity 6, you're fine. But just kind of, I'm making mine in 2022 as well. But as you can see by I'm pointing to it, but you can't see me. Because I'm eating food, and I don't do that. As you can see by my to-do list, one of my things to do is to try to update Unity. I kind of want to go to 2023. But I think I'm just going to upgrade to the latest version of 2022 right now, because I'm not on it. It's also, apparently, only for above a certain either number of copies sold or amount of revenue. They also got rid of the CEO that came up with the idea, yeah. Where is the to-do list? It's directly above the window that has the desktop content in it. It's up there. Yeah, it was a terrible idea. Immediately after they came out with the announcement, like, everyone hated him for it. It was immediately a bad idea. Everyone knew it. It was such a money-grubbing, greedy response. We're gonna make it. It might have also just been the way that he explained it, and they actually kind of had this sort of plan. Okay, not the one that you're looking at now. They actually kind of had this sort of this sort of plan the whole time. But after he explained it that way, that was it. Godot did get a big boom from that, yeah. I agree. That was such a big push for Godot. Unity had basically solidified itself. If they went forward with those changes as they were, they basically solidified their own grave. I think people are still going to be moving to Godot. Maybe not in droves anymore, but as a precautionary, they're going to be probably trying to learn Godot. Or start their projects in Godot primarily. Yeah. I think the Godot ran off of donations for a while, didn't they? I think that's kind of how they got their funding. I don't know if they're still doing that. I think they might be selling tools. But they're basically like the Blender of engines. They're decently designed for their engine. It's pretty efficient. I think it probably has some give and take to it that I don't know about yet, because I'm only just learning Godot 2. The game jam that I did was the first time I had really used Godot. Godot is open source. Yes. Is Blender not open source? I thought it was. I actually don't know the answer to that question. Blender is open source. Yeah, okay. I knew it was free because I have it, but I've never gone and looked for the repo. Good, I'm glad. I've been trying to get used to Blender too. Blender's 3D modeling's hard. Blender's not hard. 3D modeling is hard. I tried Blender a while ago, and it's a lot easier now, I think, to understand than it was back then. Thankfully. Apparently most of the start of Blender is some smart guy wanting to help his son make games, so he made tools for his son to use and posted them for everyone else to use. I can believe that. I think that's how probably a lot of these free ideas happen. Originally Blender was planned as an in-house application for Neo Geo. Oh, this is on blender.com, wow. It grew from a series of pre-existing tools, including a ray tracer built for the Amiga. Game development software made for Sun. Okay, well this didn't work out. Oh, maybe it was Game Maker. I used Game Maker when I was younger. Game Maker Studio is really good now. I think that's what Pirate Software is working in, actually, is Game Maker, isn't he? Oh, what's it? What is Heartbound Engine? Game Maker, yeah. They did not make the software. Well. Did he just ask? He had somebody else make the software for, or it was just a story about a dad helping out his son make a game. I can see a couple things. It's a fact I heard from someone in like 2013. Oh, okay. I can see a couple things falling into that category. It could have been something like RPG or Game Maker or like Scratch, just in general. Make Five Nights at Freddy's. That wasn't made in Scratch, I don't think, but it would have been really funny. You'll hear me go mute every now and then. Sorry about that. I have a plate of noodles in front of me and it's very hard to stop eating them. Although it needs more seasoning. I didn't salt it enough, I don't think. More salt, more lemon. Usually I use salted butter, but I didn't this time because I had more unsalted. How do I make an NPC move with animations? Oh wait, you're not ChatGPT. No, I'm not. I can try to be. As an AI, I can't answer that question. Just all you have to do is write in update, just write while true, and then just let it go. Don't do that. I mean, you can. It's just gonna crash Unity, I think, but... Honestly, you think that there would be some sort of protection against that at this point? I feel like I've brought this point up before. Like, I feel like there would be... In like, pre-made engines, they would have put something in there to, like... To stop people from making infinite loops in very obvious ways. Like, you can probably check for that with a compiler in a lot of situations. Specifically, like, in the while true situation. I only recently, not like recently, but within the past few years, I think, realized how people were moving their... Well, actually, no, I was probably college when I did that. We realized how people were moving their characters with the animations, like how they were designing the way that their animations worked around how their characters were moving. Because there are certain situations where you could just like split the character in half, so that you can have the top half and the bottom half move separate from each other, so that things can be more fluid. Stuff like that. There are infinite loops that can be used for reasons. I know, like, the main loop of a game is an infinite loop. Or the main loop of software in general that is written in a programming, like C++ or Java, is an infinite loop. The only way you get out of the infinite loop is pressing the exit button or hitting quit. As we had to do that in college for our first programming class. At one point, I think we had to make a program that ran until you exited it. But that was closer to the end, I think. I guess a while loop, any while loop can really be infinite if you've never reached the ending conditions. While loops are dangerous for that. But, I mean, sometimes you have a loop that you need to happen an unknown number of times. Technically, it's still safer, I guess, to use a for loop and just try to manage it that way, but... Alrighty, Tom. Thanks for chatting. I'm probably going to raid out and take my evening to rethink some things about my current project that I'm doing. Try to figure out some stuff that I'm going to be doing tomorrow, and maybe I'll work on something offline. I probably could continue, but I'm not sure without some thought it would be a good idea at the moment. I think I need to do a reality check, reconsideration of where I'm at and where I'm going with this thing. And I need to consider some details about it that I'm not ready to share yet. Bum, bum, bum. However, I will be back tomorrow with Uru. I'll be playing Uru Live, Mist Online Uru Live, going through some of the custom ages. I'll probably find somebody that wants to lead me around. But the plan is to just kind of jump into one of the worlds I haven't been into yet, one of the ages, and solve some puzzles there, find some stuff for my Relto, my little hub house, and maybe meet up with some random people and not accidentally turn my mic on and ramble to them about being a mountain goat. Also, I've got a choice here. I can raid into Moika. I think he's still online. Where'd he go? I can raid into Moika. Moika is an animator, very talented. If he's still on. Very skilled, rather. Oh, I don't think he's online anymore. Oh, no. Did he go offline? You pulled from a branch that wasn't main, and you thought you lost Yuka? I mean, it would just merge it together. Nobody knows what I look like right now. Oh, I thought Moika was back online. Never mind. Darn. I was gonna return the favor. He raided me earlier today. Okay, well, the Zushi is online. We can go raid Zushi. Mizu is also online. He's an artist, Hispanic artist. If you've ever seen a YouTube series, like if you've, I think he's worked on the Spooky Month series. Joel G, things like that. Senor Pelo, that whole crowd. What is the name of the anime? I see a character that he's drawing right now, and I cannot remember the name of the series that they're from. It's a green alien lady. It's got a very punchy name to it, but I don't remember what it is. Hands Up! That's what it's called. Found it. Invader Sim. No, it's a YouTube series. Technically, I guess it's a Newgrounds series. I'm not sure how many youngins recognize Newgrounds, though. That's an old site. That's where Egoraptor's from, though. I guess he's also old now, though. What happened to Zushi? What is Zushi? Yeah, well, I'm sure you're a similar age to me. You are. That's how the world works. I'm sorry. We're old. I'm 29 this year. I am aged. I am a decrepit lad now. Finally aged, I guess. I'll most likely be hanging out in the Mighty Zoosh. The Mighty Zoosh's stream. I call her, her name is Zoosh, or Zoob, or Zubi, or Zingus. But she's currently playing Resident Evil 2. She's very lovely. Her mic might be a little bit loud and choppy, but she's fun. We'll go say hi to her. If you would like to stick around for the raid, I do have a raid message. There it is, so that you can copy it. I would repost the links, but they're like right there, so I'm just gonna use those. If you want to stay in contact or follow me, what I'm doing, whatever, I have a Discord, I have a Twitter, I've also got a YouTube archive where I upload the VODs from the stream. I don't really edit the videos at the moment, but maybe I will one day. That's kind of why I've got the archive, is so that if I decide that I want to edit something, I can just go back and grab videos. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow for Uru. That should be the last, that's the last game I have in the Myst series to play. And then I'll be Once I finish it, I'll be on to Metroid Prime. So I can finally play that series. On a Wii, no less, with motion controls. Thank you for stopping by, everybody. Take care. Have a good one. Say hi to Zoosh. Bye-bye.